Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Or I'll mute you. Hey guys, I am here. We are trying to get things situated. Hold on, let me mute the guests. They're getting their audio set. Oh, they are muted. All right, you guys are good on that end. Let me turn on my video here. Hey, Roberters and Robertolinos. Hey, my crooked glasses. How is everybody tonight? Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I'm your host. And I know things were blank. We're a little blank over here tonight. But we are going to be getting to the Casey Anthony trial, and we're going to be going over Cindy Anthony when she retakes the stand. It's going to be interesting. Let's just put it that way. This is when she talks about the chloroform searches and all of that good stuff. Hello, moderators, and hello, all the members. And if you join tonight, I am thanking you in advance in case I miss it, because we kind of get into things here a little bit. So without further ado, let me bring on the guests. Hopefully they've got their audio situated. And welcome, Maligator and Heather J. Can you guys hear me? Hey, girl. Well, good. I'm glad. I hope Maligator gets hers situated. Maligator, do you need some help? Ooh, look at you. What you got going on? What you need help with? Okay, now make sure that you are talking into the side that doesn't have the volume. You're going to talk into the opposite side of that because that microphone only picks up one side. And make sure that the You've never heard me on both, Heather? That's so weird. Oh. Okay, so you're not going to hear either one of them, you guys, because they were muted. Okay. Okay, welcome back, guys.
Hi.
Yeah, now you can say hey to everybody. Now they can hear you. Anyway.
Is my volume good, though, on this? It's not too loud?
No, you're fine.
You sound perfect.
Okay.
So, Potato's not joining us tonight. I don't know if you guys knew that or not.
Mm-hmm.
She's tired. Rightfully so. Some of you guys have jobs. I'm just kidding. I have a fucking job too. I can't adjust any of the volume on this thing. I don't know why. But I think we should all sound good now. I think that we're golden. Roberters. I got some new sound bites you might hear tonight. You might just hear a new sound bite or two. Well, you guys won't, but they may.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish.
That one's Heather's.
Oh no.
Oh my!
Wait.
They're so sexy they almost turned me on. Hello, lucky person. You got the number right, because you are talking to Kid a Dynamite.
I'm
really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish.
God say, hey, felt firm, motherfucker, dick, pussy, snot, and shit. Good night. Good night. Suck my dick. Bye-bye.
It's weird. I unplugged the phone, and now I can hear you on
talking
both
about.
today.
You cannot say fuck.
Just some blasts from the past for you guys. Hey, Potato. Hey, Shell. Hey, Angie B. Hey, Streamlabs. Hey, Happy Girl. Hey, Muffin Top. Are you guys ready to watch Cindy? Are my girls awake here? Are you awake?
I am awake.
All right. I've missed you guys. I feel like we haven't talked in forever. Like, how many days has it been?
2?
I know. But it seems like a long time. Hey, Carrie.
No case is perfect.
Well, no case is perfect. So this one is one of those. So here we go. Here goes Cindy. Calling Cindy Anthony to the stand, Judge. I'm in rare form tonight. Just FYI.
Perfect.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Come on, Cindy. Like, I was getting ready for the live singing, oh, Cindy. Like, I'm really out of my mind tonight.
Cindy and the Jets.
CYNTHIA. Anthony, ANTHONY.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Anthony.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, you also lived on, let me rephrase that. You used the computer at your home, correct?
Which one?
The desktop computer.
Yes.
And that is where's the desktop computer located?
It's now our spare room. It used to be Lee's bedroom.
Okay. And
Lee got gone.
The computer, everyone in the house has access to this computer?
Yes.
And who used the computer at the house?
Everybody. Anybody that was at the house that needed to use it, or even friends of Casey's used the computer.
Well, either bitches.
Do you recall in March of 2008 you doing any types of searches for any items that might include chloroform?
Yes.
And could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you did that?
Well, I started looking at chlorophyll, and I was concerned about my smallest Yorkie. We have 2 Yorkie puppies. And the smallest one was having some issues where she was extremely tired all the time.
You know how they say that dogs start to look, or you start to look like your dog, or vice versa, or dogs look like their owners, vice versa? I think that Cindy started to take on the transformation of a Yorkie. When I see her, her hair reminds me of my Yorkies. They had
So
that.
do I look like a French bulldog or a German shepherd?
I haven't figured out yet. I'll get back with you when I decide. Just kidding. I must look like a golden retriever. But no, not everybody gets that look. But some people really, honest to God, do.
Cindy definitely looks like a Yorkie.
She does. She's got the little nose, like the little button nose you just want to squeeze because they're so cute. But she's taking on her Yorkie's look.
And like their hair color.
Their hair color, the style.
Yeah.
The way
Maybe
the
she
hair
just went to her, she went to her stylist and like, here's a picture of my dog, make me look like them.
Right. I'm telling you. Have you ever seen someone walking on the road with their dog and you're like, oh my God. Like those two look, it's like almost eerie when you see people that look like their dogs. I've seen it. I'm crazy because you guys aren't saying a fucking thing. You're like, no. Never seen a person that looked like their dog, but hey.
I have.
Well, you're a groomer. So I'm sure you've seen people come in and you're like, God damn. Tell me you didn't.
Oh, no, I did.
What was like the most wild looking dog that looked like their owner? Can you remember?
I would say this is terrible, but
Don't say it.
You know the Chinese crested dogs that have like no fur on their body, but
yes.
they have the hair on their head and their tail?
Yes.
So I had the one owner, hopefully no one listens to this. She came in and like her hair was parted down the center and she was gray haired and the dog was like almost like a whitish silver. And she had it parted down the middle like she liked her dog. Parted down the middle.
I fucking
And my
love it.
daughter was working with me. She was like, she literally looks like her dog.
I told you. I noticed it too. Actually, the one I remember the most is one of those labradoodles. Like those big.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was a big labradoodle. And it was one of those like brownish, reddish colored. And it was curly. And I swear its owner had like the same hair. They had the same hair. I was cracking up.
Doodles are the worst for grooming.
They're so cute, though. But anyways,
a lot of work.
Let's get back to Yorkie Cindy.
And both of the dogs would eat the bamboo leaves out in the back. So I started looking up sources from the backyard that could potentially cause her to be more sleepy than it would affect the larger dog. And I started looking up chloroform.
Okay, I'm already calling bullshit because if you were going to search something up, wouldn't you search like my Yorkie ate bamboo leaves?
Or are bamboo leaves toxic for dogs?
Correct.
Right. And she just caught herself and said chloroform.
I know.
Then, yeah.
Cindy, you should know better.
Like, stand down.
Mm-hmm. Call your vet.
Yeah, I mean, I've Googled things like, oh, my dog ate, something or whatever. But
Did she Google break the neck and how to hide a body too?
Break it.
For her dog?
That is just weird. But yeah, like the whole Yorkie thing, I'm not buying any of that. Like the bamboo, because I actually Googled, is bamboo bad for dogs? And there's like rare bamboo. There's like 400 different types of bamboo. But the bamboo down here, I read, is actually good for them. What haircut to ask for to look like a Yorkie? The Cindy Anthony do. I swear my Yorkie Juliet had Cindy Anthony hair. It was like blonde right here on the top. Whew. All right.
And then that prompted me to look up chloroform.
Okay, now, I don't understand how you could get those two mixed up.
Not getting them mixed up. If you look into chlorophyll, there's some bacteria associated with chlorophyll production. And looking up that, it comes from different species of plants that have red and brown coloring. And that prompted me to look up chlorophyll because some species of algae and seaweeds and stuff produce naturally chloroform.
Okay. And
okay, so
How do you
Cindy,
know that you ran these searches in March?
you don't have seaweed in Orlando.
And she looked so uncomfortable answering that. Like she was like got her shoulders scrunched up and
I
was
know
like,
she's squirming around.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no seaweed in Orlando.
No.
Remy said, "Oh my God, it's a bowl cut." Well,
She's full of shit.
I was nice the first day. I called it Dorothy Hamill, but now she's got the Yorkie do.
Is this when she's changed her story and is like defending Casey that she's the one that looked at? Okay.
Yeah, so this is like her coming back in the defense. This is for the defense. Yep.
March of 2008.
Because I also ran a few other searches at the same time in March. There was a scare about using hand sanitizers around small children. There was an email that went around my employee at my work. One of my nurses had sent me an email knowing that, Kaylee was of age that she could be affected if we used hand sanitizer, and she got her hands on it. And that scare came out in March. And during the same time frame that I was looking up the issues about the dogs, I was looking up ingredients in the hand sanitizer, the alcohol, and then that prompted me to look up other things that we had in the house, like acetone, hydrogen peroxide.
Okay, pause.
Go ahead.
So are we sharing this same article now that we have millions of children using this hand sanitizer from COVID? I mean,
yeah. And then she just started randomly Googling peroxide and I'm just going to randomly Google a bunch of household items and see if they're toxic.
I mean, they're not drinking the hand sanitizer.
Well, dude, this woman's a nurse and she's had 2 children.
Mm-hmm. And I mean,
she really should know better.
Like it's nothing. I call bullshit.
I call bullshit too on everything we've heard so far.
Did you run any other types of searches during that time frame that, and I'm specifically referring to March 2008, that might have to do with any types of injuries?
Yes, a good friend of mine was in a car accident and had multiple chest and head injuries and had a lot of blood loss. And I was looking up specific terminology that someone had asked me to look up. And at work, I don't have access to the regular internet. We had our own Gentiva internet, so I had to do those types of searches at home. I couldn't do it at work.
It's interesting you bring that up. We have your work records and evidence, and it shows that you work pretty much a regular schedule during that time period.
I took a day off during that time period. Usually during the month of March, a couple important holidays fall in that time frame, and typically I would take certain holidays off because I had 6 weeks of vacation. And
why would your work schedule show that you were working?
Could have been an error if my supervisor filled out my time card in my absence, if it came on a day that our time cards would turn in.
Object to speculation.
Sustain.
Could your work schedule show that you are working and you actually be off? Has that, I'll rephrase it. Has that ever happened?
Yes, it has, and I'm also salaried, or I was salaried. So even if I put 4 hours in one day, I would mark down 8 because another day I might put in 12 or 14, and we were not allowed to show overtime. All we were supposed to show 8 hours of work each day. Supervisors were not allowed to show any overtime for the corporate. We were instructed never to do that. So we were supposed to only show a 40-hour work week, and my normal day was a 9-hour day. So by the end of the week, I would always have overtime.
Okay.
We use
I'd
our
like to show
internet at
you
the hospital.
States Evidence 79 and States Evidence 80. May I show these to the witness and publish
Yes.
to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes. You showing which one now?
I'm showing State's Evidence 79.
Thank
Do you
you.
want them to go to Walmart and hang up the sign?
I don't know if... Oh, okay, it's just in- Is there any way I could get rid of the glare a little bit?
Throwing out Twitters.
A bit of glare.
Chris and Roberta.
Mrs. Anthony, do you recognize this photograph?
I'm guessing that it looks like it could be the trunk of the Sunfire.
I don't want you to guess, so I'm going to show you States 47. Actually, let me zoom out a little bit. That might help.
A four-way, if you will.
Does that help you at all?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the trunk of a car, and the car looks like it's white.
I'm going to show you another photograph. State's Evidence 47. Is that the Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
And where was this car purchased?
Where?
Yeah, from who?
Oh my gosh, I know it was on West Colonial, one of the dealerships out there. I'm not
Did
sure
you
what the
think
name
that
of
Brian
the-
and Roberta were going to go down to Walmart and
purchased the car?
start putting up
George and I
signs,
did.
help me find my son?
And when?
In 2000.
Okay, and then who drove the car?
Mainly George and Lee, but we purchased specifically for Lee.
Okay. And how long did Lee own the car?
We got it for him when he was a junior in high school in 2000, and then he drove it until I think 2005 when he got his Mustang. I think it was 2005 when he purchased his Mustang.
Vroom,
And,
vroom, Lee.
After that, it was then passed along to Casey?
Pretty much, George or Casey would drive it. They had a car that they had. They had a Corolla, and once they sold the Corolla, then they drove that car.
I'm going to show you State's Evidence 80, which is the trunk of the Pontiac Sunfire, a little bit of a close-up. Can you see if there is a stain in the trunk of that car?
There's a faint stain. Yes, I see it.
Okay. And have you seen that stain before?
Yes,
Where?
when we bought the car.
So it's your testimony that this stain was there when you bought the car?
There was a few little stains in the car when we bought the car, yes.
And when you saw the car again on July 15, 2008, and you sprayed the Febreze in there, did you see any other stains in addition to the ones that weren't there previously?
I know, Heather. Isn't that funny?
I think there was an indentation of a gas can temporarily.
Was it a cylinder type
Yes.
stain?
Yes.
Would you say that it would be consistent with this cylinder type?
Yes.
That would be the State's 283. Your Honor.
Thank you.
Because people.
Has everyone had a chance to look?
McNo.
Oh, Bella.
She has something to say
Okay,
about
just
this.
She does. She's calling bullshit on the chloroform.
I'm calling bullshit on most of her testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Chris and Roberta.
Mrs. Anthony, is it your testimony that despite the fact that your work records show that you worked on Monday, March 17th of 2008 and Friday, March 21st of 2008, that you were home between the hours of 1:43 p.m. and 1:55 p.m. on March 17th of 2008?
It's possible, yes.
Were you home on March 17th of 2008 between 1:43 and 1:55 p.m.?
If those computer entries were made, then I made them. I was home. I know I took some hours off. During that week was Casey's birthday and my anniversary, and I did go home early a couple days.
All right. Now you have to work at 7:30 to 5, typically?
My hours are whatever I make them to be. I had to be there at least from 8:30 to 5 o'clock, and then my hours got extended within 2 hours. Within 2 weeks after I started working, the hours got extended to 5:30. So when I signed up, it was from 8:30 to 5. But after I got hired, it was from 8:30 to 5:30. And I would always come a minimum of a half hour prior to and stay as long as I needed to.
All right. So it's your testimony today that it's possible that you were home on that day, even though your work records reflect something differently. That's correct?
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Even though your work records suggest or establish that you were working on March 21st of 2008, is it your testimony in front of this jury that you were home between 2:16 and 2:28 p.m.?
It's possible. I mean,
were you or weren't you?
That day,
Overruled.
the only thing that
Yikes.
triggers that day for me is those computer entries. It was not a traumatic day for me like the last 3 years, so I can't tell you exactly what time I went home. If I had access to my work computer, I could tell you when I left that day.
Have you looked in the last 3 years to determine what time you went home on March 17th of 2008?
I have not been to work since July 15th of 2008. I never returned back to my employer.
Do they still exist?
Yes, they do.
If you wanted to, you could go and find out if, in fact, you left work on March 17th of
Computer, I can
2008,
tell you when I
even though your
left.
records reflect that you didn't.
No, I don't think so.
They won't let you in the door.
No, that's not the reason. The reason is because I had a working password and I was an employee, and only I would know through my emails what time I left. And no one had a password to my emails, and I'm sure all those things have been lost by now.
You're guessing.
No, I'm not.
You're guessing.
No, I'm not guessing
Let me
because
ask you this. On Friday, March 20th.
Allow the witness time to answer, complete their answer.
Ma'am, did you complete your answer?
no, I did not.
Complete your answer, ma'am.
We had several passwords to get into our computer, and everything, I had at least 2 login passwords to my computer that only I had access to. It was against policy to give your passwords to even your supervisor. I also had a computer access password to my emails, and again, no one was allowed to get into my emails except me. And those computer passwords expire every 30 days. And without me being there to put in my old password to create a new one, no one would be able to get into my passwords.
Do you have knowledge as to whether or not your company backs up your emails?
I don't know if they would still have them 3 years from now, because the reason I say that is because our
I told them
emails
to
had a
delete
memory that only lasted so long, and it depended on how much was in there if we deleted them or not.
My question was, do you have knowledge as to whether or not your former employer backed up their emails on a regular basis?
Again, it would depend on the length of time that those emails were there. One office that I worked at, our company was nationwide. We were in 40-some states, and in each state there was many, many Gentiva locations. Ours was just one. And the capacity that each office could hold was a little bit. And every day we generated referrals, which came as emails for our patients, not counting the emails that I would get from other employees in the office and my staff. So there was only a capability that the computer could store those. So I do not believe that the company would still have the ones from 3 years ago. It would be virtually impossible to keep everybody's as a backup.
All right, you were aware of the fact that these computer searches were an issue as early as August or September of 2008, correct?
No, the first time I found out about the computer searches was with Detective Melich and Detective Allen come into my house asking why Casey might perform those searches. And
When was that?
That was prior to Casey's arrest on check charges.
All right, so this would have been in September of 2008?
Whatever date that was, yes.
All right, I take it that you did not tell them that you made those searches, correct?
I did tell the law enforcement. In fact, I told you during my deposition in 2009 that I made those searches.
You told me at your deposition that you searched for chlorophyll, correct?
Yes.
And you spelled chlorophyll for me. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall denying that you made any searches for how to make chloroform?
I didn't look up how to make chloroform. I looked up chloroform.
Okay.
And I believe
Did
we
you
talked about it.
input into a Google search engine?
Excuse me, Ms. Brainburdick. I would ask that the witness be allowed to complete her answer before being
Ma'am,
interrupted by the prosecutor.
Did you finish answering your question?
Man, that
I
got
can't
intense.
remember if she'd re-asked the question. And
She
if
likes to
would
circumvent
what I
every
said, then I might
question.
know if I had something else to say.
She don't want to answer.
Madam Court
No,
Reporter,
she
is that the
doesn't,
last
because she's
question?
lying.
And the last
Yeah.
question
'Cause you's
I
lying,
asked
Cindy.
to her, and wait till she tells you to go ahead, Miss Anthony.
Do you recall denying that you made any searches for how to make chloroform? Answer, I didn't look up how to make chloroform. I looked up chloroform.
Yes, I looked up chloroform, and the when you look up chloroform, you don't have to look up how to make it. On there, it tells you what the chains are.
All right. You testified in the past that you looked
What
up
is she talking
chlorophyll,
about?
correct?
Don't they have copies of
Correct?
her old
Correct.
deposition?
At the same
Why?
time, I looked up chloroform.
Hold on.
You suggested that the Google search engine.
Why are they not referring to the evidence? It's so frustrating.
Like the original deposition. Here, man, let me show you what you actually did say.
Hand it to her.
Up.
Make her read it like
Yeah.
all the other ones do.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Let me remind you. Let me put this in front of your face. Like,
They're
come
going
on.
back and forth and back and forth. It's like, come on.
Asked you if you wanted to change the spelling of chlorophyll when you made this search, correct?
Correct.
Because you spelled chlorophyll wrong.
Correct.
Did you input the words into the Google search engine, how to make chloroform?
I don't recall putting in how to make chloroform, but I did Google search chloroform, and we talked about it in my deposition.
The question is, and it's a yes or no, did you type in to the search bar on Google how to make chloroform?
Yes or
Question
no?
has been asked and answered twice.
Overruled.
Did you type those words into the search bar on Google?
I don't recall typing in how to make chloroform. I recall typing in the word chloroform.
Do you recall denying that you searched for self-defense?
Yes, I did not search for self-defense.
Household weapons?
I did not search for household weapons.
Neck breaking?
I did not search for neck breaking, but I do recall that there was a pop-up that was showing a YouTube regarding a skateboarder that was skateboarding on
Can we
rails,
pause this for a
like if you're
second,
going-
Jay?
Like a turnstile type.
Yes, absolutely.
She has an answer for every specific Google that she has done, yet she doesn't remember if she searched how to make chloroform. And why didn't they subpoena Google? Because Google could show records that show if she misspelled it.
And I thought that they did all that. She didn't answer though. She was like, I only searched the word chloroform.
Right, and she asked her, did you search how to make chloroform? Because that's what it said in the Google search.
And she was like, I only recall searching chloroform. Okay, Cindy.
And now neck breaking is because she remembers 3 years later a pop-up of a skateboard video. Are you shitting me?
Right.
She doesn't remember all this shit. Who remembers when they Google something and why?
And what kind of pop-up comes up?
Right.
And neck breaking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yolanda is in chat, by the way.
Hi, Yolanda.
Yolanda.
Hey, Yolanda.
She's gonna be chiming in, so I might be pausing it. She drops bombs here and there. She does not record, she says.
Rail if you're going into some place in the skateboarder. And I recall it saying a neck breaking feat.
Is this something that you're recalling now that you've changed your medication since July of 2009?
Again,
damn.
it's not.
Yes?
Ouch.
No, I
She
recall
laughed.
that at the time, but you didn't ask me
Okay.
about.
Did you
I
see her
answered your
laughing?
question specifically at that time.
Did
But my
we-
memory is better than it was when I had my deposition in 2009.
She talks about her medicine. Listen.
Did we cover whether or not you did a search for the word shovel?
No, I wouldn't need to look up the word shovel.
All right. On March 17th, did you look up the word inhalation?
Probably.
Do you know?
There were several searches that I did that day. I also searched regarding the injuries too.
Alcohol?
Yes, I said
Acetone?
I already answered Mr. Bias to that, yes.
Peroxide?
Yes,
Hydrogen peroxide?
yes.
Is this something that you've recalled since
No.
July of 2009, since your medication's been changed?
I recall doing that because of the email that I got regarding the effects if a child ingested hand sanitizer because of the alcohol content. That's why I looked up alcohol and I looked up those items because it triggered me to look up other household items that we use near.
She said if the child, first, she said before, because they inhale it. She just said ingested. She just said she looked it up to see if a child ingested hand sanitizer.
And wouldn't she know that?
As a nurse, yes.
Wouldn't she know that little Kaylee probably wouldn't drink the shit because it tastes like shit?
Mm-hmm. But she did just say ingested earlier. She said inhale.
Well, she said the dogs ingested the leaves.
Mm-hmm.
But
now she's saying Kaylee could have ingested.
How do you make chloroform, though? Do you need peroxide? Do you need alcohol? What do you need to make chloroform? Because if all of those things... Yeah, Google it, because if all those things that she needed are ingredients to make chloroform, then that's a problem. But I don't know what you make chloroform with. Like, I have no idea.
Hydrogen peroxide and vinegar.
So it does take hydrogen peroxide?
You can make it with bleach and acetone as well.
So
and bleach and alcohol.
She searched acetone as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Moonray. Dab it up, Moonray. Dab it up tonight. You're going to need
acetone, methyl ethyl ketone, ethanol, isopropyl alcohol.
But I want you to just rewind a little bit where
bring in a chemist to say these are ingredients that would combined would make chloroform? I would have brought like a specialist in to say all these items that you Googled, that's circumstantial evidence to put together if you have an expert that says, hey, yes, you could definitely make chloroform. I mean, Jose had that one guy up there and he was like, is there chloroform in pop? And the guy was like, no, I've never seen chloroform in soda pop. But the prosecution didn't do the same.
No. Almost every one of these things says bleach and acetone, bleach and acetone, bleach and acetone. Because the bleach carries all the other chemicals.
That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have to say thank you. We got a super chat. DTC Primetime. Thank you for covering this case. There has been no case. Hang on, we have to stand down. There has been no case that has affected me like this one. Thank you so much, Primetime. I think a lot of us feel that way. Like this case really stands out for us.
Because it doesn't make sense, and no one has paid for this. No one.
There's no justice for Kaylee.
No,
there isn't.
And they've never even looked for another avenue.
Right. I mean, is it still an open investigation? I would love to ask, like, Orange County.
Well, we could look it up, couldn't we, and see if it says case closed?
Yeah, I mean, what's the status of the case, like, officially? I don't know.
I think it's closed.
If it's closed, they didn't solve it.
Yeah.
Kaylee, we painted her nails. I used acetone near her.
So she wants us to believe that she had 2 children. This woman reared 2 children and they managed to survive. They didn't get poisoned by acetone. They didn't drink isopropyl, whatever you say it, alcohol that we all have had, especially back in the 80s. Our moms had all that shiz right in the cabinet. Lee and Casey survived, but all of a sudden she's got to Google acetone because she does Kaylee's nails. Come on.
I don't believe any of this. None of it.
Are you
Zero.
kidding me? Come on, girl.
She, for some reason, all of a sudden decided to need to cover for Casey.
Yep. I wonder why. I wonder if it was in exchange for not releasing any other gory details. I don't know.
Search engine do you use?
Whatever's on the computer, whether it's Google or Yahoo.
What browser?
I'm not even sure what you're referring to.
When you turn that computer on, which profile do you use?
Our home computer, the desktop, we left on pretty much 100% of the time. It was rarely shut down. So usually if I had to go on, it was already on. All we had to do was just refresh it.
All right, so are you testifying you don't know which profile you use?
Carrie.
Profile regarding
There are only 2 profiles on your computer. Do you know that?
Are you talking about my laptop or
No,
the
the
desktop?
We're
Oh my
talking
God.
exclusively.
This prosecutor's got to be so frustrated. She's like playing dumb. She knows exactly what computer she's talking about. She's talking about the family computer.
Like mine, I have mine and Steve. We have 2 profiles. You can switch over. I'm guessing she used Casey's.
Right. And she's like saying she did all these searches, but she doesn't know what engine she even uses.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is.
But
they wasn't on her profile.
And they only searched for Internet Explorer. They never searched any other
browsers. Like they could have had Firefox.
They did have Firefox because it came out later that there were searches about like the foolproof suffocation and stuff like that, and MySpace that was accessed on Firefox.
Oh wow. Yolanda just said that she donated a computer to a church. How do you know that? What church?
She said she's seen her bringing it to the church. Yolanda, were you like stalking them?
I know, right?
Because she seemed to be at everything.
Yolanda, you work for TMZ or the Daily Mail? Which one is it? Because only those 2 publications get that kind of info. Because that shit, I feel like that would have been definitely reported. I mean, I'm not saying you're lying by any means. If you live there, I'm not saying you're lying. I just feel like that would have been something that would have come out. Damn. Google user 2. I'm new, but after all these years, I'm surprised Casey wasn't found guilty. Then I hear of Florida laws in the laundry case. Welcome to chat, Google user 2. I don't think this was a matter, though, of anything to do with Florida laws. There was just reasonable
I think
doubt.
it was they didn't do much of and they didn't investigate the way they should have for a murder 1 charge.
Yeah, well, they wanted the death penalty. They wanted the fucking death penalty.
Yep.
If you want to go after the death penalty, you got to have your case sealed tight.
You have to have all your ducks in a row.
Yep, all your I's dotted and T's crossed. That's messed up. But thank you for piping up in chat, Google. Googie. Yolanda says I was there. You were there? Like, were you like following Cynthia?
Or were you friends?
Yeah. How well do you know Cynthia?
Because she knows a lot. She was there when they found her body.
Yolanda, please tell me you are not the girl that testified, Rivera Cruz, whatever her name is. No, Yolanda doesn't know Zanny. Yolanda lives in the Anthony's neighborhood. All right, let's continue.
About the desktop. There's a user profile and there's a Casey profile. There's usually an icon when you turn it on and you pick one.
I don't
Do you
recall
that?
having to do that on my desktop. On my laptop, yes, there was 2.
So on the desktop, you would not have entered a password, correct?
No, we did not have a password on our desktop.
Are you kidding me?
Did you do searches for making weapons out of household products?
No.
Chloroform habit?
Chloroform habit?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
There's already been testimony about this, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Chloroform habit?
I've never heard that come up before, no.
Chloro and the number 2? Was that you?
Chloro 2?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know there's chlorophyll 1 and 2.
What is she talking
Were you
about?
on druglibrary.org?
Oh, all the time.
Instructables.com?
Don't know.
SciSpot.com/chloroform?
I don't know if it came up that way.
Were you on that website 84 times?
I was on it several times.
Were you on that website 84 times?
Oh my God, I just got chills.
What was the website called?
Let's go back.
Now I want to Google it.
Let's go back.
I'm probably gonna get they're gonna probably bust in my door for the shit I Google.
You'll be fine, Mal.
For making weapons out of household products?
No.
Chloroform habit?
Chloroform habit?
Assumes facts, not an evidence.
There's already been testimony about this, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Chloroform habit?
I've never heard that come up before, no.
Chloro and the number 2? Was that you?
Chloro 2?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know there's chlorophyll 1 and 2.
Okay. Were you on druglibrary.org?
Oh, all the time.
Instructables.com?
Don't know.
SciSpot.com/chloroform?
I don't know if it came up that way.
Were you on that website 84 times?
I was on it several times.
Were you on that website 84 times?
I don't know. I don't know. They need to look up how many times I was on the chlorophyll website and compare it to the chloroform website.
Did you do 84 searches for the effects of chlorophyll on your animals?
I didn't do 84 searches of anything, but I don't know what my computer does while it's running.
Okay. In March of 2008, you did not have a MySpace account, correct?
No, I did not.
Did you have Facebook?
No, I did not.
If I may show and publish states 80 for identification.
Damn, this is getting intense.
You may.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's this stain that was in the car when you purchased it in 2000?
The stain was somewhere up in here.
I'm sorry. Let me clear that because I think I took it away too fast. Tell us again.
The stain was up in the top section.
All right, near the letter B? Closer to the
front
letter
of-
B than the letter A and the dryer sheet in the back.
Yes.
I have no other questions of Mrs. Anthony. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Mrs. Anthony, I got a little confused. I wanted to make sure. The password protection was on your work computer, correct?
I had password protection on my work computer.
But as far as
But
your
not-
desktop at home, there's no password for that.
No.
And would you ever go on the computer after Casey would use it?
The computer was left on all the time, so a lot of times I would come home, Casey'd be on the computer, and I asked her if I could get on for a few minutes.
And all of this stuff about chlorophyll and chloroform, you had told the prosecutors about that back in 2009, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And this is nothing new.
No, it's not.
Is this anything new?
Sustain as deleting. Rephrase your question.
Is this testimony anything new?
No, sir.
What did he call him? Did he call him Mr. Leading?
I didn't hear that.
Listen. Oh, she's so fucking lying.
Yeah. Hey, didn't Casey give her brother the passwords for her devices and what things she used?
She gave the passwords to her emails. I know that.
And her MySpace and Kaylee's.
Yep, in her emails.
And he said, "What was your password to get on the computer at home?" That's what he asked her.
I have to thank DTC Primetime became a reverter. Welcome, DTC. Thank you for joining. All right, hang on. Let's go back. That website, though, how many times? 84 times? What? And the thing was /chloroform?
I had password protection on my work computer.
But as far as
But
your
not at
desktop
home.
at home, there's no password for that.
No.
And would you ever go on the computer after Casey would use it?
The computer was left on all the time, so a lot of times I would come home, Casey'd be on the computer, and I asked her if I could get on for a few minutes.
And all of this stuff about chlorophyll and chloroform, you had told the prosecutors about that back in 2009, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And this is nothing new.
No, it's not.
Is this anything new?
Sustain as deleting. Rephrase your question.
Is this testimony anything new?
No, sir. I did tell the detectives and I did tell the state's attorney's office about the searches, and they knew that I had searched for chlorophyll as well.
No further questions.
Any additional questions? May the witness stand down. Thank you, ma'am. You may stand down. Defense may call the next witness.
Oops.
Calls Sandra Kahn.
You guys there? Sorry, I got up for a second.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, this one's good. This one's good.
Affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you out. I'm sorry, please.
You can't hear me eating, can you?
I'm Sandra Osborne, SANDRA-OSBORNE.
Police court. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Sir,
I apologize. I referred to you as Sandra Kahn.
former name, that's quite all right.
Okay. And you prefer Osborne.
Yes, sir.
And you are a detective
Yes.
and also a computer expert.
A computer forensic examiner, yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court re-recognize Ms. Osborne as an expert in digital forensics, as previously designated.
What's that?
No objection.
She will continue to be recognized as an expert in that field.
Ms. Osborne, who is the gentleman that followed you in today?
Coleslaw, Remy.
I would think it is relevant. But the previous time that you testified, did you have another individual follow you in that time?
Same.
Ma'am, you were the first person to receive the Anthony's desktop computer,
That's correct.
and you then did a forensic examination of that computer?
You're referring to the Hewlett-Packard desktop?
Yes, I am.
Yes.
And one of the things that you did, you were asked to run a search for, a keyword search for chloroform.
That's correct.
And subsequent to that, what you ended up doing is you found a hit, correct?
Correct.
And then after that, you identified a unallocated space, a deleted internet history. Did you not?
Sustained.
Tell us what happened next.
You have to refine that for me.
Sure.
Next, after
you found a hit for chloroform, what did you find next? What did you do next?
what I did with the search hit that I found for chloroform,
Correct.
I identified it as a deleted internet history file, and I turned that portion of data over to my Sergeant Kevin Stinger.
And did the two of you consult on this matter?
He is my supervisor and my mentor. He supervises everything I do, so I worked with him and he mentored me through the process, but he worked with that, with the other witness that you've heard from before, John Bradley. So yes, I watched his work do that, but I'm not directly involved with that.
Prior to that, did you recover the internet history using a program called Net Analysis?
I did, yes.
And then what that is that's a competing, well, let me rephrase it. Is that a competing software to this new cashback software that Mr. Bradley testified about?
It's a different forensic tool that we use that is widely recognized in the computer forensics field. Its functionality is slightly different. It's a different tool. I don't know if I would say it's competing, but it's a different tool that we use. We use both.
But they both accomplish the same thing. They help you reconstruct or re-get the internet history that's deleted.
It allows us to view the internet history.
Okay. And what you do with that information is you then, I guess, put that on an Excel spreadsheet?
With the net analysis, I don't do the reporting typically with the net analysis reporting feature because sometimes a large history file will be hundreds and hundreds of printed pages. It's just easier to export it out to an Excel spreadsheet so I can manipulate the data that way. Manipulating meaning collapse a column I don't want to look at or expand a column I do want to look at.
Okay. You don't change the data. You just are able to view it differently.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you did that, you turned that, of course, over to the prosecutor's office?
I would have submitted that with other reported documents and items to the detectives which I'm assuming went to the prosecutors at some point.
I'd like to then
look at the judge.
Show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit D.
I love him.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
My thing is, if it was something for her dog, why is it deleted?
Exactly. Why hide that?
Right.
That's a disc label.
Objection to the counsel testifying.
Another Yorkie do.
Do you know what that disc is, ma'am?
Actually, I've not ever seen this disc, and that is not my handwriting.
Do you have with you, you were asked to bring with you all of your files, correct?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you have that portion which we were speaking about with you?
No, this label says Firefox from unallocated space. So that's not
Oh, there's the Firefox.
She's identifying the item in her hand, Your Honor. Okay. Do you have the item that we requested that you bring?
I did not work on this particular item. This is what I turned over to Sergeant Stanger.
Okay. And did you put together the Excel spreadsheet that you just testified about? Let me see if I can show you a printed out version.
See, he's got evidence in hand. But she's saying she did not create a spreadsheet, okay? She keeps saying, I did not, no, I'm not responsible for making the spreadsheet, blah, 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 blah. Now listen, kind of funny.
Does that appear to be a portion of the Excel spreadsheet that you prepared?
I believe this is a document Sergeant Kevin Stinger prepared. If this refers to the deleted Firefox history from the HP computer, this would have been that chunk of space from deleted space with the search hits that Sergeant Stinger and John Bradley worked on.
Okay. Do you recall issuing a report in this case?
Of course.
Okay. On October 20th, do you indicate that you prepared this Excel spreadsheet?
If I could refer to
Yes,
the
please go
report
ahead.
you're referring to.
Sure.
Happiest of birthdays, Lucia.
I issued 2 reports in this case. Can you refresh which one you were referring to?
I'm sorry?
Which report were you referring to? There are 2.
Okay. I'm referring to the Firefox header.dat.
She does not look
which report
pleased.
are you referring to? I believe it's your second report where you indicate summary of findings after August 20th, 2008.
Well, he kind of discredits her because she said 2 things.
Yep.
Yeah, she ain't pleased. Oh my God, it's downpouring out of the clear blue. Holy.
And are you referring to in the middle of the paragraph where it says I exported evidence internet history HP desktop folder as
Correct.
Firefox header.dat?
Yes.
Yes, that's the portion of the deleted Firefox internet history that I copied out and then showed to Sergeant Kevin Stinger, and he worked on it from there. That's correct.
And then you indicate the net analysis report was exported and saved.
That's correct, I did.
Okay. And then do you indicate that it's an indicator that lists the internet history, correct? Why don't you review that portion and tell us what you're indicating there on your report?
Your question's a little vague. This refers to the deleted Firefox internet history where I found the search hit that you asked about.
Correct.
I exported it out of my in-case report where I was working so that my sergeant could copy it to his thumb drive or whatever he copied it to. I can't recall at the moment, so that he could take it back to his machine and work on it.
And then the next paragraph, right there where it says the Excel spreadsheet displays.
Yes.
Okay. What does it display?
My report says it displays in column format the URL page, the file's first access and last access dates and times, an indicator of whether or not the URL was actually typed by the user.
All of her info.
And how many times the web page was visited. And then sites visited more than once will display different dates and times in the date and time column.
The list that I gave you, can you read the exhibit number on the back, please?
Identification D Delta F Foxtrot.
I'd like for you to take a look at your screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize that as the Excel spreadsheet that you recovered from the Firefox unallocated space from the HD desktop computer?
This is in a different format. The printed format and the format you're showing me on the screen is different than the one I would have exported out. And the reason I know that is because the columns in this spreadsheet that you're showing today are actually expanded to show all the data inside the columns.
Right.
The one I exported out, the columns are compressed and you have to expand them out.
Okay. Well, other than them being spread out so you can read what's there, you recognize this, correct?
I recognize some of the content, yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of that spreadsheet?
As best I can tell, yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, at this time, we would move Defense Exhibit H. How do we approach the witness again?
What says the state?
Based on the witness's answer, I would object to the use of this document. She said, as best she can tell, as opposed to having knowledge that this is a fair and accurate copy. She said this was not the one that she prepared.
I believe she.
The state, you need to ask a few more questions. It's not certain at this point. Right.
He's just very, very prepared.
Uh-huh.
Ms.
And
Osborne, I'm going
very,
to show you
very
the original. That was
not
highlighted, the portions that I wanted to discuss with you.
Agreed.
And actually show you the original that was turned over to us. Let's see if you recognize that. Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Does this appear to be the URL, the Excel spreadsheet that was prepared?
I believe Sergeant Stinger prepared this spreadsheet, sir. I don't believe I did this. This does not look like the format that I would have prepared the sheet.
So even though your report indicates that this is something you did, you're saying Sergeant Stinger did this?
My report specifically indicates that I found the search hit, I identified the Internet History file, I copied it out to a different location than the computer forensic software I was
Why
working
are they
in,
talking
so
in
that it could be
circles?
saved to a thumb drive and moved to a different computer. The spreadsheet that would have been created, highlighted, manipulated from there would have been Sergeant Stinger's work and not my work.
Okay. But you reviewed this, correct?
No, sir.
You've never seen this before in your life?
I did not work on this document. This is not my document.
Okay, very well. Judge, at this time, we have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination?
One question. The HP computer had a password, correct?
Yes, one of the user account profiles did have a password.
All right. It's correct that the owner account or the owner profile had an assigned password of Rico23 that was set on May 14th of 2008, correct?
That's correct.
That's the password she gave Lee. Rico, I remember it.
Yep.
I know.
You wouldn't have to
Rico
enter in a
Suave.
password if the computer was left on, would you?
It depends on the settings on the computer. If the computer is set to hibernate or go to sleep or reset itself, then yes, you would after a period of time. But if it's not reset and it just stays open, then any user could log in.
Okay, no further questions.
How many computers don't go on sleep mode, guys?
It depends on the settings.
Stay here. We may recall her shortly.
But they would have to deliberately change those settings so that she would know.
I don't believe they did.
No.
Then I knew that was the password she was telling her brother she had on that computer.
Which is also the one that he said didn't work.
Yep. And she said, who was on it after? And she said, Mom! So Mom went on to cover her butt and deleted her password.
Mm-hmm.
So she could purge herself on the stand.
Thank you, Beth G. Okay, so where are we now? We're not want to watch him. We're not. I think we're done with this video.
Am I really loud that everyone's saying I'm loud?
I just fixed it.
Okay, because I'll turn mine down too. I can't tell because I didn't play with it first.
No, you're fine.
I was going to say, I didn't think you were that loud.
It was
People
just
in
really
chat.
uneven. No, it was just really uneven. I fixed it. I got it.
Thanks.
You're welcome. All right, so let's move on to the next one. This is we just watched what was day 26. Believe it or not.
Hey, girl.
I hadn't seen her wear.
What'd she say?
Everybody tells me I'm loud, even Steve last night. So that's why it's funny. And the nurses tell me I'm loud at work at night. And the happy girl put, Maligator is passionate.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need a T-shirt that says, "I'm not loud, I'm passionate."
Yeah, I'm gonna now that she said that because literally everyone tells me I'm loud.
All right, you ready? So this is Cindy Anthony. This is the next day. So the day that we just, I better share it. The day that we just watched, that was day 26. And now this is day 27. So they bring her back again. And Cindy today is sporting the Yorkie haircut with a blue and white floral sundress, typical for the season in Florida at that time of year.
I wanted to talk to you, ma'am, about the shorts that...
Do you see her face? It's almost like she's also like, kind of googly over Jose.
Well, I mean, she was kind of smirky and laughy the last one, too. Like, I don't think at this point I would be smirking and laughing about anything to do with any of this.
Yeah, I don't really understand her whole
Disgusting.
change of demeanor.
Yeah.
Jen Isley said, turn on the jets.
Like, before she was, like,
Mrs.
crying, and now she's all, like, nothing.
She was all crying and shit, yeah, and then, like, the prosecutor had to come at her ass.
Anthony, you've had a chance to review this video,
Yes.
correct? And it is the video that's marked That's EH.
Do you like to twirl?
Mrs. Anthony, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, I know, Moonray. She looks unrecognizable now. So weird. Really took a toll on them.
Well, she said she had to go on disability because of this case.
Oh, I'm sure.
And ma'am, is the video a fair and accurate representation of what Kaylee's size was back in early 2007?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of what occurred, of her size and everything, and her interaction?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, we would move defense item EH into evidence.
It'll be entered in evidence as defense numbered.
We would at this time like to publish that video to the jury, Your Honor.
A four-way, if you will. And thank you for having me.
Not so confident now, are you?
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it? Let's play.
She looks so much younger in this video.
Who, Casey? Or Kaylee?
Both.
I think this might have been the year before. Look how short her hair is.
Well, he's saying, is this the size she was?
Oh.
No, because this is not. You could tell she looked way younger than that, or older than that.
Well, I mean, she was only 2, so how much younger could she possibly look?
Almost 3. But
I
that
think it's
looks
just
Mrs.
pretty
Anthony,
young.
how much had Kaylee grown since this video was taken?
She's grown quite a bit.
Okay. And how do you know this video was taken in early 2007?
Because the date stamp on it says April of 2007. And I remember the clothes I was wearing that time the skirt that I was wearing kind of was out of date after that. I didn't wear it much after that.
You've seen, what you're referring to are things that we haven't seen.
No.
Dude,
Right.
the shit you're wearing right now is out of date.
You've seen this video numbers
What you
of
talking
times.
about, Willis?
Yes.
And you were wearing a skirt
What a
that
random thing to remember, too.
was out of date.
Right.
Yeah.
She remembers the most
Can you
random
tell
things.
us exactly why you believe that that was taken early of 2007? Aside from Kaylee's size.
Sarah me.
I watched that video hundreds of times since I haven't seen Kaylee in 2008, and there's still pictures of me holding Kaylee on the same day, and I recall the skirt. It was like a Hawaiian print, and even though I still have the skirt,
Dude, that's what you're wearing now, lady.
I don't recall wearing it after that. It was kind of like not
I'm dying.
popular after that.
So I wore a Hawaiian dress versus
I'd like
a
to
skirt.
now show you photographs that have been marked.
I can't with her, man. This gets sad.
It's all sad.
It is.
Disgusting.
I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit A. May I proceed with this?
You may.
Maligator, you're like kind of like what you're wearing now.
Well, it's true.
Do you recall I've shown you this photograph and you've testified about it previously?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate representation of you and Casey at your brother's wedding?
Yes.
Oh
So
shit!
at this time, we would move Defense Exhibit A into evidence.
This is the Prego picture. We didn't know.
If they didn't know, I'm blind.
This testimony?
No case is
Like
perfect.
Proffer at sidebar. I think it's
You
been
may.
made relevant.
Hi.
Night, potato.
Good night, potato.
Night, Tater.
Objection
Get some rest.
sustained.
We order
I'd
you
like
to
now
get
show
sleep.
you a photograph of Defense Exhibit D-O. May I proceed?
You may.
JB, it's we have to stand down.
Do you know what that picture is of?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is a picture of?
It's a picture of our backyard swimming pool.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what the pool looks like with the ladder connected?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we would move Defense D-O into evidence.
What says the state? Be received in evidence that states that defense exhibit numbered.
I would ask to publish it to the jury, Your Honor. I mean,
You may.
Mrs. Anthony, does this ladder disconnect?
Yes.
Okay. And can you use the tool there and show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would disconnect that ladder?
Right at the top, there's a little hinge there, and you just lift it up, and then the ladder comes off. You just pick it up, and it comes off.
Now I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit DS. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Grandma just called and said you're supposed to go home.
And what is the photograph that I've just shown you, ma'am?
It depicts where we would place the ladder after we removed it.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate representation of what your pool looks like when the ladder is down or
Yes.
off?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would at this time move into evidence Defense Exhibit DO.
What says the state? It will be received in evidence as defense exhibit numbered.
May I publish that to the jury?
Yes.
Curious to how far away it is.
There's no way a 2-year-old is picking that up and putting that back on there by herself.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
And is that another photograph of your swimming pool?
Yes.
And is this just a slightly different angle of what the ladder looks like when the ladder is off and off the pool?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of such?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence Defense Exhibit DT.
What says the state? It will be received in evidence as defense exhibit numbered.
49.
May I publish to the jury?
You may.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
DU. May I approach the witness with DU?
You may.
And there's no way a 2-year-old is going to put the hinges right where they need to be exactly and have it locked in place.
Did they claim that she did it?
No, he's just saying, look how close it was, blah, blah, blah.
Someone in the trial mentioned it earlier.
Possible. I think he's saying it was possible.
What?
Do you know
But I
what
think
that
she'd be
photograph
more
is
up to
of,
jump in
Mrs.
off
Anthony?
that bin.
Yes.
Well,
Would you like to take a break? Do you need a break?
No, I'm okay.
they're going to take a recess in a
Can
second.
you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
She ends up talking about that bin and says that they moved it away from the pool and put it against the garage. But I was like, when? Because where'd that picture come from of it pushed against the pool?
And why would there just be a random picture of a bin if it wasn't taken by law enforcement?
Yeah, it looked like an evidence photo to me.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was.
All right, let's keep listening because I did listen to this and she does say that they moved it. So I was like really confused because I know the evidence thing we saw already showed it right against the pool. So I don't know. Well, maybe we'll find out. Hi, Lori. Hi, Lori.
What that is?
It's a picture of Kaylee walking up the ladder, and I'm behind her holding her.
Okay, approach.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, as we proceed?
Yes.
He's like, yes.
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
He's a very fair
Mrs.
judge.
Anthony, I'm showing you a photograph of DU. When was that photograph taken?
I believe it was the summer of 2007.
And this was approximately 1 year before
Mhm.
Kaylee passed away.
Mandy S. Mandy S. Good point. These pool questions are really upsetting her. Totally different from yesterday.
Yep.
What we just watched. All confident and confusing and talking in circles. But now she's in a totally different place.
Yeah, and I think if anything, she's saying she was last in the pool. If it was, let's just say, I'm not saying it is, because I don't know if I believe the pool thing, but let's say it was the pool thing. Who's going to feel guilt would be her because she was the last one in the pool, and did she remove the ladder? And that's why it's so upsetting.
Right, right. Of course she would have guilt. Plus, what did she do in that pool? And Jose already kind of taunted her with it when she testified the first time.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, who doesn't? And now all of a sudden we have her like 2 weeks later testifying again with a totally different story and a totally different demeanor.
Mm-hmm.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it depicts?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move item DU into evidence.
Noting, let me see here just a second. Noting previous objections, objection would be overruled. It would be received in evidence as defense numbered.
May we publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
She's very uncomfortable.
So uncomfortable.
Ooh, did you
Since this
see?
photograph was taken.
Did you see her just look the jury's way? Look at the look she gives the jury.
How much are you supporting?
Look at the look she gives
That's the
the
way.
jury.
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what it depicts?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move item DU into evidence.
Noting, let me see here just a second. Noting previous objections, objection would be overruled. It would be received in evidence as defense numbered.
May we publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
She is so uncomfortable.
Look at her.
She looks like she could be bouncing
glances
me
at-
too.
She
Since
glances.
this
Well,
photograph
it's
was
on
taken,
fast speed. So
can you describe what you're doing here, Mrs. Anthony, or what Kaylee's doing?
She was climbing the ladder, and
And how much are you supporting her in her efforts?
my hands are on her, but not firmly. They're right there, just like a light touch.
And after this time period, as the year went on, did she become better at climbing the ladder of the pool?
Oh, absolutely. And even at that point, she could climb into the pool by herself.
And for safety reasons, you would always just be there as a safety net.
Yes.
I would like to now approach the witness, Your Honor, with Defense Exhibit DV. Okay.
You may.
hear her breathing.
Yes. Did you watch the A&E special yet, Jay? I hope you do.
No, I don't have A&E. I don't have A&E.
Well, maybe I'll.
And what is that
record it and
photograph
send
of,
it to
ma'am?
you.
It's Kaylee still climbing the ladder. It's just another image from the last one.
And is that where she's a little further along up the ladder?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what it depicts?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move Defense Exhibit DV into evidence.
What says the state?
She never looks at the jury, ever.
Objection will be overruled. Be received in evidence as defense exhibit number.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Johnny Cuddy, a parent who was a detective for 10 years, who maybe tells you to do that. I don't know. I don't know. She doesn't know.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
When is the A&E special from? When did it air? What year? 2020?
I'm looking now. The 10-year mark. So yeah.
May I publish?
Right?
May.
Well, the trial was in 11, but this
What is
happened
that
in 08.
photograph DW of Mrs. Anthony?
It's Kaylee that same day when she made it to the top platform of the ladder.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what that depicts?
Yes.
So it was either
Could you read
2018
the
or
letters on the back? I want to make sure we're getting. Is it DW?
last year.
Yes, DW.
Judge, I would at this time move DW into evidence.
What says the state? Objection will be overruled. Be received in evidence as defense exhibit number.
Why did they object to this photo?
May I publish to the jury?
They objected to the last one as well.
They don't want the jurors to think she drowned.
Yeah.
Cindy, your bathing suit was out of date too, babe.
May I approach the jury?
She acts like she's like uber stylish or something. It's kind of funny. Lori Staggs, thank you so much, Lori. Love you,
Mrs.
girl.
Anthony, what does the photograph depict that you're looking at?
It shows me attempting to go around Kaylee as I usually did. We used to have Kaylee sit once she got to the platform with her feet on the first step in the water, and then
We have to stand down.
whoever was with her would get around that way. We would get in the pool before her and then receive her.
And is that a fair and accurate photograph of what it depicts?
Yes.
And the letters on the back side of it are?
DX.
Judge, we at this time would move Defense Exhibit DX into evidence.
She's having a hard time holding it
What
together.
says the state?
She is, and she flips the
Objection to
pictures
overrule.
over right
You've
away
received evidence as
and
defense
sets them
exhibit
face
number-
down.
She can't stand to look at them,
May I publish to the jury?
You may.
which I understand though. You know, I mean, it could go either way. Like, I
Now,
wouldn't.
Mrs.
I'd have a
Anthony,
hard time too.
This is a photograph of Kaylee on the first step getting into the pool.
Yes. The first step on the inside ladder.
Now, you're actually behind her, correct?
Yes.
Did she often get anxious to get in the water and sometimes want to get ahead of you?
Oh yes. Sustained.
Jay, you can buy it on Amazon Prime for $2.99.
You need to repeat your objection. The court reporter did not hear your full objection.
I said objection to relevance. It's also improper opinion testimony.
Listen.
Just a second. As to the overall.
You can answer.
For the most part, she, would just sit there and wait for us. Occasionally, especially as she got older, the following year she was a lot more anxious because she was more familiar with the pool. As she got older, she would run, but we'd still have her wait. But we always had a life jacket on her. So.
And during the summer of 2008, how often did Kaylee go swimming?
I can't remember when I put the pool together. It was probably sometime, maybe March or April. So she probably would have swam. Maybe 3 to 4 times a week.
And that was always with the life vest on?
Yes.
Chris,
And when you were on vacation during June and
Can
July,
we pause for a minute?
June of 2008, you had, was it 1 week or 2 weeks off?
I had 1 week off at that.
Do you notice how fidgety and pinking of her neck and rubbing her forehead, right now what she's doing? She's just constantly very fidgety about this conversation.
Yes, I noticed that too. She keeps rubbing her shoulder, and I was thinking about that because when I get anxious, I do that too.
You fidget.
Yep.
It's a comforting thing.
Yep, and I do. I put my hand across and I rub my opposite shoulder. I do that all the time, and I noticed she did that.
Yeah, the last time we watched her, she just looked down all the time. She never fidgeted like this. She always just looked down. Now she's twitching her neck, rubbing her face, rubbing her head, constant movement.
Yeah, she can't sit still. It's got her very uncomfortable and very anxious.
And you notice all the objections, not just with the pictures, but also with questions. The prosecution does not want her to testify about anything to do with the pool.
No.
They're trying to stop all of that.
Yeah.
Because she changed her story and they're pissed.
Yep. Yep.
Happy girls.
This is the reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
100%.
Happy girl to buy the special on Amazon Prime. Thank you so much, Happy girl. Now I'll have to watch it, and I got to tell you guys what I think.
Tonight.
No excuses. No excuses now. Thank you, Happy girl. You're so sweet.
That time.
Okay. How often during that week did Kaylee go swimming?
Every day.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
God, every day.
Defense DUI.
Stripped down by this woman.
How warm is it down there in March and April to go swimming?
It could be pretty warm, especially if you have a heated pool. You're good.
Oh.
It's getting warm around then. It's nice.
I was there in
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the
January.
jury what that photograph is of?
And it was what? Hot?
Hot.
It was.
Entering the pool and holding on to Kaylee, and Kaylee was in the pool.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction, representation of what it depicts?
Yes.
Can you read the letters on the back?
DY.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move Defense Exhibit DY into evidence.
What says the state?
Is that from Shell?
Objection
It
to be
doesn't have a
overruled.
name.
Receiving evidence as defense
It's from
exhibit
Shell.
number-
Yeah, it is.
I thought that was Liam's cute little face.
That we published to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Thank you so much, Shell. Look at that. Look at that cute little boy. Yep, Johnny Cuddy, you're right.
We have to stand down.
I agree with you. This is the reason why her granddaughter didn't
Mrs.
get
Anthony,
justice.
is this at a time period where you're trying to get in the pool?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And does Kaylee appear to be anxious to swim off, but you've got to hold her?
Yes, once I made it to the other side and got my feet in the water, it was usually okay for her to start going in. I had to be at least on the other side of the ladder. But yes, she was
Okay,
anxious to
Cindy.
get in.
And did you take numerous precautions around the pool with Kaylee?
Yes.
Can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of those precautions that you would take?
Hey, Sander.
We made very, we made sure that once Kaylee started walking, we used to have a pool deck, a pool box, a deck box right next to the pool.
Here it is.
And it was just a little bit further from where the ladder was in that picture where it showed that the ladder was down. And once Kaylee was a toddler, we moved that and put it up against the house where you can see in the background where it looks like a ficus tree, and then there's two hangings on my house right back there. It was below that where the tree is, right below that area. We put the deck box so that she could not climb up on the deck box to get into the ladder. And we took extra precaution every day to keep the ladder off the pool unless we...
She's rubbing her arms when she's talking about taking the ladder off the pool.
But then she said we took the box away so she couldn't get on the ladder. But she meant to say in the pool.
Yeah, she's like fumbling over her own story, which is supposed to be the truth. So
I might eat my own words here. I might think that
she drowned.
She left the ladder. Casey was sleeping. She drowned.
George found her.
George found her and went ballistic. And I think George hid her and maybe put the duct tape to make it look like it was not a drowning.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because he was a cop. He was a detective. He knew
And
to
he
make
knew
it
what
look
would
like
throw
a
them off.
homicide. Yep.
And they added the sticker because they felt bad for putting the tape.
I think Kaylee added that, or Casey added that sticker. I think that was from Casey.
Like a kiss goodbye.
Yep.
It just makes me sick. I mean, either way, I think they're all guilty and they all should have done time.
Yeah.
They all failed.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely. Lisa Lee, do most houses have pools in Florida? Yeah. A lot of them do. A lot of them do. It's a lot more common down here than it is up north. Brandy wants to know, can we have a documentary night and watch the A&E special together? You all make me feel better. If I watch it alone, I'll probably lose it. I'll have to figure out how we can do that because A&E is like copyrighted. So let me
We'd
get
have to Zoom or like, I don't know
Yeah.
if you can do it in Twitch.
Maybe Twitch.
Twitch, maybe Rumble. I have a Rumble account now.
Oh, Rumble. Yeah, Rumble probably.
Yeah, we could probably do it on Rumble. If you go to Rumble, you can search J is for Justice. I really don't know how it all works. I literally just uploaded. Like, it was really cool. I was able to transfer all of my YouTube videos to Rumble. So
I've never heard of Rumble.
It's a newer platform. It is known to be more conservative, but they don't have all of the rules like YouTube does. So I'm not there because it's a conservative known site. I'm there because of being able to say and stream what you want there, makes a difference.
And that, yeah. I'll have to do that when I'm done.
Yeah, so just if you go to Rumble, I don't really know how to give you a link right now because I'd have to go to Rumble and I don't want to do that. But if you go to Rumble and you just search J is for Justice, it should come up with my channel or whatever they call it.
It has to be all one, no spaces in between though.
Oh, is that how it works there?
That's what I did today when I signed up for it or sub to you.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rumble, you guys. It's a new, and you'd be shocked. I mean, it's a lot of politics. When I looked at like the live streams that were going on, I mean, there was like thousands of people in these live streams, but it was a lot of Roe versus Wade, just a lot of political stuff. But I did notice that there is some true crime on there. I searched up a few cases. So who knows? It might be the next thing of the future. So maybe we can do it over there. I'll look into that, Brandy. That's a good idea. I'd like to watch that as a group. And I think the people that have seen it wouldn't mind seeing it again either. I'm always for watching things more than once. You know me.
We were going swimming, and then we put it on, and then we take it off. We also made sure that we taught Kaylee that she had to be with us, one of us, to go into the pool, and that she had to wait for us. I mean, we took precautions on teaching her how to go up the ladder and down the ladder, backwards and forwards, just like you would stairs in a house, so that we knew she can come up and down, but we told her that, we had to be with her, and why. We showed her why she could get hurt. And we kept the life vest inside the back patio. Kaylee's wearing a swimsuit at that time frame with one of those.
Let me stop you there. Did this vest fit her a year later, or did you buy another one?
No, that one was actually the second one we had bought for her. She grew out of the first one, and then she grew out of that one, and we actually bought a removable life vest that would go over her suits.
Now, these photographs, they were taken after the video that we showed the ladies and gentlemen of the jury first, right?
Yes, a few months later.
And she even outgrew this vest as well?
Yes, by the following summer, she had outgrown that vest.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you Defense Exhibit EB. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ange Carter. What happened? DTC, what do you think happened to her then? I think the duct tape was to throw people off.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that photograph depicts?
It's a picture of Kaylee at the sliding glass store from the living room going into our screen patio.
Now, does Kaylee appear to be much bigger in that photograph?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of what that photograph depicts?
Yes.
Your Honor, can you tell us the numbers on the back?
Oh, come on. Get on with it.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move Defense Exhibit EB into evidence.
Ange Carter, I hope that one
What's
of you
that,
survives. I know what that's like.
Received in evidence is defense exhibit numbered.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to publish this photograph to the jury.
You may.
DTC, you think she was suffocated? Why, though? How? Why? Why would anyone want to suffocate her? That's what I don't get. Kaylee, like, why?
And you wouldn't put duct tape if you were going to suffocate her. It wasn't around her nose. It was just around her mouth.
Prior to the last time you saw Kaylee,
Look at her
was she
little
about
shoes.
this height, or was she bigger? Or
She was tall.
She's pretty tall.
Scott
Yeah.
Mhm.
She may have
She
been.
looks like she's like
It's hard to,
5 there.
Yeah, she does look big there.
just trying to figure out where that door would hit me.
My little grandbaby's going
She
to
might
be
have
3
been a
and she
little
ain't
bit
that
taller,
big.
I can
but she
tell
was
you
also
where I-
wearing tennis shoes in that picture, so it might be the accurate height.
I can tell you
if
where
she
that
was in her
door
bare
can
feet
hit you,
versus those
Cindy,
tennis
right in
shoes.
the ass.
Don't break
And
the door, you fucking bitch.
Did Kaylee ever leave the house barefoot?
You mean to go out in the backyard?
No, I mean leave the house to go to the store or things like that.
No, we always, I'm 99% sure that we put shoes on her every time we went out. She liked to wear shoes, actually.
And was it your custom to always put shoes on her?
Yes.
Was it Casey's custom to always put shoes on her as well?
Were there any shoes found with?
I was literally just unclicking to say, did she have shoes when they found her? Because all they had in evidence was the shirt and shorts.
I don't remember any shoes.
Me either.
I'm trying to find it now because I don't remember either.
There wasn't. I just looked at all the pictures that are available, and it was the shirt, the letters, the shorts. What was left of the shirt anyway was just like the collar and then the letters, and then the shorts. There was no shoes. No.
Shell, we don't know how tall the pool was because the prosecution never gave us any dimensions.
No, they just said it was up to her chest in one spot and up to her chin in another. Like, that gives us reference.
Yeah, we have no idea. So we're sitting here as jurors. We have no idea how big this pool is.
No.
They were trying to ask Cindy and trying to rely off of what she had to say about it.
Right.
We have no idea how big Cindy is. I mean, we really can't picture it, but yeah.
Like, they should have had the dimensions, like, drawn on paper, big board of the pool, and Kaylee to the pool.
Yeah,
standing
for sure.
upright.
For sure.
Because that would give me nothing.
Now, that's where I agree with you, DTC. I agree the heart sticker was a remorseful send-off, but I don't think she was suffocated. I don't think that tape, I think that tape was put on after she was dead, and I believe that's what Dr. G said as well. If you guys, there's an episode of Dr. G, medical examiner, on this case. Remember, she used to have her own show?
Yep.
It's a really good one. She talks a lot about a lot of the evidence and, you know, what the defense was trying to say and things like that. I think it was Dr. Baden, the other medical examiner, the other popular medical examiner, Dr. Baden.
Yeah, because if you think about it,
they were she was rebutting what he was saying in that episode of hers on the Dr. G medical examiner.
Because if you think about it, like her going out on her own, she wouldn't have put on her shoes.
Right.
She would have just got in the pool.
Well, that's exactly what he wants you to think.
If they panicked and she was drowned, they wouldn't put on shoes.
Right. That's exactly what Jose wants you to think.
And the dad, police, you know, background, if he wanted to hide it or cover it or make it look like it wasn't them, use the duct tape, put it around her mouth so they could say the gate was open. Someone could have kidnapped her, duct tape her, and that's why she was so close to home. I mean, there's just so many theories that they could have went with that tape and an abduction and all of this other stuff. I think it was, and that's why she didn't report it. And I think that's why there's so much. If you watch that A&E, you'll see the tension between them, and they're talking about their stories and how much she attacks George. It's crazy. It changed my whole perspective.
Well, yeah, I hear you. Dr. Spitz? It was Dr. Spitz, not Dr. Whatever. Baden. Maybe you're right. It was Dr. Spitz. Dr. Spitz. I think Dr. Spitz, he actually, it was a random fun fact. His office in Michigan, if it's the same Dr. Spitz, I think it is. His office was like right above mine when I worked in hospice. The medical examiner.
Dr. G thinks it was straight up. They put it around her mouth and she was killed.
No, I think she said it was put on after.
I don't know. I have to watch that now.
Because she said that the only thing holding that jaw together was the tape. And that there was something about the skin underneath the tape. No, there was something, I can't remember, but
her hair was still stuck to the tape.
Yeah, no cause of death, Lisa Lee. That's where it's all messed up, is that they can't determine how she died.
Yep.
And all the things that we've shown, and we've shown how it was botched and wasn't done correctly or thoroughly in the first place.
And that's why no one's charged, guys, because we're doing the same thing. We can't say one way or the other. And that's how these jurors felt.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just address DTC real quick?
Sure.
They stated no diatoms, no drowning, but it was only bone found. So they wouldn't have found algae or anything like that.
Right.
On tissue, anything.
There was no tissue.
That would state no drowning.
No, I mean, and roots were like grown through the bag. And that's why another reason why I think it was so personal. It was all the items from their home. I mean, and her Winnie the Pooh blanket. You wrapped her in her Winnie the Pooh blanket, put her in your laundry bag. That's not going to be somebody that just randomly comes in and takes her and does that. It was very intimate, the heart sticker. It was definitely someone in their family. That's all I know. Or multiple.
Yeah, they all knew. I have no doubt that at one point they all knew.
And the way they talk in code.
Chris wants to know, they blame George, said he deposited the body, but why did Baez explain the tape? I don't recall, and we haven't gotten to that yet, but I don't recall if he even did. I think it was already proven it came from their house. It was a very unique tape. And I think it was I think they already determined through testimony that that tape most likely came from the Anthony's house. And then it was also used on flyers as well.
And the gas can.
And the gas can. And the gas can. So I don't know if Baez really had to explain other than to make the jurors think, that was the Anthony's own duct tape. I don't think he really had to explain why. I think
they do show it later.
I think all he had to do was make it known that it was their tape and then put this drowning scenario into play, complete with pictures.
Facts, Jay. You're always right.
Fact. Well, I just think that we need to ease up on this case a little bit because we don't know. What if Casey did not even know? What if she didn't know that her mom left the ladder on and her daughter did sneak out that door and it was an accident and her dad said, no, we're all going to get in fucking trouble. Nope. And he said, I will handle it. Just like Casey said he did. She told the psychiatrist. She told the psychologist. I don't know.
Yep. I mean, I'm just saying that you're always right because, like, when they were out, when JLR and them were out looking by the Mustang where it was parked, you were like, it's within that 1 mile, and you were dead straight on.
It's just a feeling I get.
It's creepy.
And at first, now that I'm thinking about it, like at first I was like, oh, that Roy Kronk, he knows something, man. He knows something like more than just getting a tip. But I think he innocently somehow received a tip that there was a little girl's body out there. And I think it's so ironic that he worked for Orange County of all fucking places. It wasn't Duke Energy. It wasn't the water. It wasn't the fucking cable company. It was the Orange County utility worker on his first week. And then his son testifies, yep, my dad said he got a tip. Did the guy need money at that time? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think he did anything. Johnny Cuddy, I wouldn't have convicted Casey. No fucking way. I couldn't have.
There's no way. People may hate this jury, but they did their job. They actually did their job.
Then I think I would have. Because I hated her so much for it. But now that I'm rewatching and have a whole different mindset, now no, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, you can't convict someone because you hate them. You can't. You just can't. And they did their job. And I remember the first night we started this, somebody from down here was in chat and they were like, we called that jury because they brought that jury in from Pinellas County. They didn't bring them in from Orange County. So they were from my county. And they said, oh, we dubbed that jury the Pinellas Pinheads. I don't think that's fair.
No, but people have to take emotion out of things like this and look at what is presented in court. That is what you have to go off of.
Yep.
That's what makes it fair.
And it's like, I can't sit here with 100% certainty and say Casey Anthony used chloroform, drugged her kid so she could go out and party when there's no evidence of that. And she didn't need to. It doesn't make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, it's usually not the right avenue. What makes sense is this woman swimming with her on Father's Day, forgetting to put the freaking ladder on because Casey came out and wanted to swim with them. And she had Kaylee up to the jets and said, nope, she's had enough. How do we know that they didn't get in an argument right there? And that's why Mrs. Anthony didn't remove the ladder because she was all worked up. And then they all went inside kind of battling over who's going to be the mother to this little girl at this moment in time. I mean, it's so plausible that she made a mistake and left the ladder up. So plausible.
And that's why the pool talk makes her so damn uncomfortable.
And it's so plausible because Kaylee answered the door at Tony's house. She ran around that house. I guarantee it. She ran around that house. Her mom was either not paying attention or sleeping. Her grandfather found her floating in the pool. He carried her in, just like Casey said. What are we going to do now? Look what you've done.
Yep.
I mean, is that more plausible than Casey Anthony figuring out how to make chloroform and putting it over her daughter's mouth and putting her in the trunk so she can go to Blockbuster and watch a movie with Tony when she never had to do that before? She never had to drug her to go to hang out at Tony's any other time. And they smoked weed over there and everything else. She wasn't drugging her.
No, and look at the family dynamics too. We all know they have this weird, I don't know, family code thing that they all speak in, so it would make sense if they're like, hey, we're in this together, we're going to fix it together.
Well,
No,
yeah,
I
they
don't-
kind of have this family alliance.
Yeah.
And you know what's weird is you see this weird family alliance usually in families that have a lot of secrets. Because I've seen a lot of like really good families and they don't have this weird secretive family alliance. They still have a code of ethics and morals in a normal family unit. If your family member, your sibling or your daughter or your son makes a mistake and kills their child, you call fucking 911. It does explain Sandy the nanny, 100%, Chris. It explains it because Casey had multiple lies going on. We're not saying Casey's not a liar. Casey is a liar till the day is done. She lied to her mom and dad because they probably wanted her to work full time. So she lied and said she had these jobs and she was misimportant and had these good jobs because she wanted to be more than what her mother probably called her, which was probably a loser. Cindy probably called Casey a loser. I would guarantee it. And I'm sure she fabricated these lies and got herself so deep in these fucking lies that she couldn't get out of them.
I mean, she had 31 days to come up with these good lies, and she's good at it. I mean, to the T, like, she says things and made up so many fake people. I don't know how she kept it straight.
She learned from the best. Look at who we're watching.
And you know what? That's what they talk about that in A&E.
She learned from the best. Her father's a philanderer. Okay, I'm not saying he's a killer. I'm not saying he's an abuser, but he's a philanderer. He cheated on his wife multiple times. He's a gambler. He gambled their money. I mean, this man can't be trusted. He can't be
their
trusted.
family was being threatened.
He can't be trusted to be loyal. He can't be trusted to handle finances. I mean, look at this realistically. I'm not doubting. They all loved Kaylee. I'm not doubting that for a bit, but they made a stupid decision, I think, to cover up her drowning because they didn't want any of them to get in trouble. Because you know what comes out when someone dies? Look at Summer Wells. SA. If anything like that's going on, it comes out. It comes to the surface. And that's what I think.
It all comes out. The gambling, the cheating, everything would come out. They dig up your whole life.
You no longer have any secrets.
Right. She stole from her friend and took her checkbook because she was lying about working. She didn't have a job. And we don't know if she had to pay, what she had to pay for. We have no idea. Probably nothing.
I would think her parents would have gotten Kaylee everything.
And and it looks like they did.
Yeah.
But she still probably had to be responsible and have a job. Like, you're not going to live here and not have a job. So, it was her freedom to get out of the house to say, I'm working. I don't know. Her boyfriend said he'd never marry a girl with a kid. I don't think Casey was looking to get married. Do you guys? I mean, she had like 3 boyfriends in like 6 months.
Yeah, no.
I don't think she was like ready to walk down the aisle.
No, she wanted to party and go out with all these different men.
Yeah, she was still playing the field. She was only 22. She wasn't wanting to play like serious house.
No, she was too young.
And the other thing that I found odd, which I thought about this the other night while I was laying in bed, was that she was lying and stealing all of this money. But why, and if she wanted money so much, why never say who the baby's dad was and get child support? Why not have that extra help? Why not?
Because she said to the psychiatrist and the psychologist that she was date raped. She went to a party and she thinks somebody put something in her drink and she woke up with her pants down.
But then later says she'll take the name to the grave.
Yeah.
Well, she's a lying liar who lies.
Yeah.
And you would think if you're pretending to have a job, you would want child support to have some direct deposit come in and have some cash.
She had her family supporting her, so she didn't need it. That's what it was. Literally. I don't know. It's just sad.
Well, it was either that or she was worried that she would have to share this baby with this man and his family and not have any control.
But then maybe her mom wouldn't have so much control.
Well, I think she learned the control from her mom.
Yeah, she didn't want to give... Because remember the one guy's mom wanted to adopt Kaylee?
Yeah, the guy that died in the car accident?
Yeah, she didn't want... She didn't want to give that baby girl to... Nope. If Cindy was watching her, she lived with Cindy. She still had some level of control. And if she was worried about SA, like she says, if that part is true, I could see her being even more worried.
And she claimed to have a job at Universal.
And I only think that these two are still together because you can tell how much they hate each other in that documentary. That is because they both have these secrets that they have to keep to each other.
Well, and who's going to understand? You know, you can't get with someone new and share this entire story. Johnny Cuddy, if Casey was essayed, let's just say for shits and giggles, Johnny, that Casey was essayed. Don't you think that she would be able to mask a lot of emotions? Not just grief, but maybe sadness, shock, fear. I think that children that are essayed can mask a lot of emotions.
Any type of abuse, you learn how to mask your emotions.
Good point. Any type of abuse. You're right.
Yep.
And I do believe she didn't act like she was grieving, but no, we're not saying by no means she was innocent and acted like the perfect mother.
No, and I don't know what kind of mother she was. I'm going to be honest. She did not have her kid spending the night at guys' houses. I know that much. And I know a lot of fucking women who've done that shit.
Yeah,
so,
me too.
I mean, I've got to give a little credit because being 22 and a single mom, a lot of girls make a lot of stupid choices. And they don't end up dead. The kids don't end up dead. They just make stupid choices. So she wasn't making those kinds of choices. She wasn't putting her daughter in dangerous situations. She wasn't.
Yeah.
They
I'm
weren't
literally living this.
They weren't shooting up
child.
heroin at Tony's. The worst they did was smoke weed. She wasn't putting her daughter in danger. I just don't believe that. None of these people that she hung out with look dangerous to me. None of them have criminal histories. So what makes her such a bad mom? Other than before June 16th, 2008, how can you say Casey Anthony was a bad mom?
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
Because everybody that talked said she was a great mom and that she was a mother
Everybody.
to everybody.
That's what I was just going to say. Yep, they all stood up for her.
That video you see of her playing with her girl, that's genuine. I believe that's genuine.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I still hate her, but...
And she is a product of who raised her. So if you want to hate anyone, hate Yorkie. Yorkie created this monster. I'm sorry. They did. They did. People do not grow up and become liars like this. I mean, Casey's lies are extravagant lies. Like, she believes her shit. This isn't just some girl, some 22-year-old bimbo who's just, doesn't have her head screwed on straight. This is a girl who knows how to fucking lie. And she knows how to make herself believe those lies.
She knows how to make everyone else believe those lies as well. She keeps her shit straight.
And a lot of people, I'm sorry, who are abused as children, that is the number one coping mechanism that they just naturally utilize, is this cover-up mechanism. This everything's fine on the surface, and it's so typical. It's textbook typical. And
go ahead, Jason.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, let's take a poll of people in chat or anybody who has been a victim of domestic violence, anything that they've been a victim of. Do you go out and just spill your guts about all of this? Because I know it took me years.
I think everybody's different, though. I think everybody's different. I think it depends on if they've gotten therapy, what kind of support they've had in their life.
That's the thing for her. She may not be showing these things and may not be saying she's a victim and doing all this because she kept it to herself for so long, if that's the case.
Well, that's what she said to the psychologist and the psychiatrist.
Yeah. She may not have come to terms with it yet and dealt with it.
Yeah, they say, what do you do to something that you can't handle or whatever? And she said, you put it in a little box and you compartmentalize it and you put it away. That's what she said. That is Casey Anthony's coping mechanism. Your daughter's dead. She put it in a little box and she tucked it away.
Mm-hmm. And I can agree with that because, I mean, I went through some pretty bad stuff and I did the same thing. Acted like it didn't happen, moved on with my life, pretended, but it comes back to get me every now and then.
I mean, you think you're protecting yourself, right? By shutting it out. You think if I don't think about it, it's not there. But it always creeps its ugly head back.
Out of sight, out of mind, guys.
Put on that fake smile, move on like nothing happened. But then it just shows up.
Yeah, so I if that part is true, and let's face it, there's a lot of signs that there could be, not for certain, but there's some, weirdness going on here that makes you wonder if that's a true accusation. But so far, we're believing that it's more probable that she drowned. So why would... I mean, I just don't understand the essay part of it. Why did Jose need to bring that in? He has reasonable doubt right here with the damn pool and all these pictures and everything else. Why even bring in the essay? Because he had to explain Casey's lies.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what she was trained to do if she was essayed, was to lie.
And even if that wasn't true and she did do something to her, it's still the same thing. Out of sight, out of mind. If you don't think about it and you move on with your life and you become a shot girl and you party, you don't think about what you did or what happened to your child. If you're a psychopath,
it's
you know
called
what I'm saying?
denial.
Or you got major problems. Yes.
But she's not a psychopath. She was examined and she's completely sane. 100% sane.
Liar.
But she's not a psychopath. She wasn't diagnosed with anything by these doctors, which is really interesting.
Yeah. She's a compulsive liar.
She definitely is. But see, I think that they all kind of got their hands involved in it. And they all had a portion of guilt. Whether it was Cindy with the ladder, Casey not paying attention or sleeping, not watching the girl. George covering it up. Whatever the case may be, those three somehow got their hands in it.
I think Lee knew something too. And now that he's distanced himself from everyone, he uses the SA accusation as a reason, but maybe he just wants to get away from them because he was a part of it as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm torn on Lee, but we still have to watch him. I'm still torn on Lee. I don't feel like Lee was home a lot.
No, and him and Casey really, out of everyone, I think, talks in code more than she does with her parents.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I just think that they communicate better. I think that they understand each other better. I think her and Cindy, they don't get along. They're always on the defensive with one another. You can't even try to talk in code when someone's defensive.
He really wanted to make sure she was not saying things videotaped. He was so adamant.
Yeah. She did. Chris says, I think the essay is possible. She cried real tears when Baez talked about that. And we have no idea. Johnny Cuddy, look at the Watts case. His family appeared to be okay, and Chris murdered his family. It's not about that, though. This isn't the same as the Watts case. The Watts case wasn't an accident that was covered up. I mean, that'd be like saying, that'd be like if the Watts girls died drowning and Chris covered it up because it was an accident. Those girls were killed deliberately.
I think he's saying, like, you don't know what's, I'm not going to speak for him because I don't know. I'm thinking like maybe he's saying like you don't know what's like they look perfect picture, but then
okay, right. But what Johnny just said, he goes, I believe the reason Casey cried after accusing her father is that she knew it wasn't true. But now you're giving Casey feelings and emotions. So you can't have it both ways. She's either a cold, calculated, shitty mother killer. She's not, you can't have it both ways. She's going to cry now because she knows it wasn't true and her dad's being wrongfully accused. And you think all of a sudden she got emotions and feels bad for that, but she doesn't feel bad for anything else. I'm not buying that. It has to be consistent. It has to be consistent. And that's inconsistent. Because you're saying on one hand, she's cold. She didn't care about that baby. She cared about partying, but now you're saying she's crying because her dad felt bad. No, she didn't feel bad for her dad. Nope. I don't think she felt bad for George one iota.
If she felt bad for her dad, she never would have agreed to anyone saying it in the first place.
They went down covering each other, I'm telling you. So what we have to do too, you guys, is we have to read Baez's book. It's on Amazon, and I can't remember the name of it now, but it looks like it's got a lot of good info. So just like I have to watch A&E tonight, you guys have to look into the Baez book. And maybe we can get like an audio version. And I don't know. I don't know how we can do that, but I'll look into it as well because I want to get his info from that book too.
It's Presumed Guilty is the name of it.
Presumed Guilty by Jose Baez. All right. Do you guys want to watch a little bit more? You want to go about 20 more minutes till 10
I'm
o'clock?
good.
Okay.
I don't have nothing to do. I'm free. And then I have to work the next 3 days. So let's just get out as much as we can.
I just don't want it to be too long for replay purposes. But okay, here we go.
And the sliding glass door that you have here, I know some of them have like bars that preclude them being opened.
Ha! Yeah,
You don't have
Potato
one of
can
those
read it.
on this door, do you?
No, we didn't put one in, no.
Okay, I'm actually going to skip because they go over. I'm just going to give you guys a rundown because it's really redundant. They go over each door in the house. And they just discuss what kind of locking mechanism on the sliding glass door. There was one in the bedroom, there's one in the living room, and there's another one in the kitchen. And they all have the same mechanism, blah, blah, blah. There was no bars. She said sometimes she leaves the door in the bedroom open, like unlocked if she leaves to go out to the pool from there. Basically, that's all that was said. So now, Let's see if they're done with that part.
July 16th, 2008, did you advise the lead detective, Yuri Melich, about the ladder being left up on the pool?
Objection, hearsay.
Hearsay, it's her statement.
Overruled. Question. Did you advise an answer should be either a yes or no answer?
Yes.
And was that within 24 hours of calling the police?
Yes.
And how many times have you advised law enforcement that you thought Kaylee had drowned in the pool?
Objection, Your Honor.
This was recent fabrication, Judge.
These are some pretty heavy questions.
Sustained.
Did you see her face,
Was
too?
this a topic that you constantly brought up with law enforcement?
Same objection.
Approach the sidebar.
Holy shit. See that?
Objection sustained. Next question.
We have no further questions for Ms. Evans.
See that?
Cross-examination.
Yeah.
She looks defeated, doesn't she?
But Jose still gets his word out.
Yep, he does.
They still hear it.
Yep.
Good morning, Ms. Anthony.
Good morning.
Even after your granddaughter Kaylee was missing from your home beginning in June of 2008, you maintained her bedroom, correct?
Yes, I did.
You kept all of her clothes in the drawers?
Yes, I did.
You even kept any presents that she had received because while she was missing and before her remains were found, she had a birthday.
Yes.
Oh my God, that's so sad.
In the past, as Kaylee began to outgrow certain clothing, you would have garage sales, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would get rid of clothes that were too small.
Some of them, yes.
Right? Or you would store them in plastic containers so that they could be maintained, perhaps to sell later or for some other purpose.
Correct.
On June 15th of 2008, was Kaylee potty trained?
She was pretty much potty trained, but we would still carry diapers if we went out. She was, a lot of times she would just wear little panties.
Underwear?
Yes, underwear. And if we were at home, then that's what she would wear. If we went out, we would have pull-ups on her just in case we were driving or someplace where we couldn't get to a restroom quickly. Little kids usually wait till last minute to tell you that they have to go. So
when did Kaylee make the switch from full-fledged diapers to pull-ups?
Oh, wow. I don't know, probably sometime early of 2008.
In the photograph, which is introduced as states 314 in evidence, may I approach the witness?
Was there any underwear found?
Is Kaylee wearing a diaper, a pull-up, or
I don't remember.
It's hard to tell.
I don't think the photograph calls for speculation. Based
Overruled.
on that photograph, it calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It looks like either a pull-up or a diaper. It doesn't look like a panties. It's up, it looks like it could be a diaper.
All right.
Or a pull-up.
There's something coming out of the back of the shorts.
Yes.
Is why you're making
Yes.
that assertion. And it is your testimony that she was wearing those pair of shorts in April of 2007, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You recognize in prior testimony in this court that you've said that those pictures were taken shortly before her second birthday, which would be August of 2007, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Proper impeachment.
Overruled.
Yes, I stated that it was, several months before her second birthday.
Okay. So in 2007, based on the testimony that you've already given here this morning, Kaylee was still wearing diapers.
Yes.
If I may approach the witness with a series of photographs marked RF, RE, RG.
Okay, I'm going to turn it down for a second. So,
RL, RK, and RJ for identification.
You may.
first of all, Brandy, I want to say that I am so sorry that you went through all that.
George, myself, or Casey. It was mostly myself or...
But I'm glad that you're current husband is a doll. You deserve it.
Kaylee's clothing.
Casey and I, and relatives and friends. I mean, typical. She got a lot of gifts and.
Okay, I'm confused. So if she wasn't wearing undies and she was wearing like a pull-up or a diaper, that would have disintegrated, right?
Surely it would.
They were talking about the 2007 picture.
But
though.
I'm saying if she wore a pull-up, okay, I'm just saying like for, just, talking purposes here. If she was wearing a diaper that day when she was dumped, it would have disintegrated.
For sure. I mean, her shirt did, which is fabric.
So there would be undies if she was potty trained.
Correct.
If she was wearing undies at the time. So that's, my point is possibly did she wear a pull-up to bed and had she not been changed yet? I mean, she wasn't even 3. She's not getting herself dressed in the morning. So could she have still been running around in a pull-up? I mean, how do we know what time, if she drowned, okay, how do we know what time?
We don't know.
She could have been in there for hours. How come no one asks on Monday morning, Cindy supposedly went to work at 7:30, was Kaylee up?
I don't think so, because I remember George, because she said she was going to peek in their room, but she didn't want to wake them to say goodbye, and now she wishes she said goodbye that day, remember?
Oh, and then George had breakfast with her, right?
Yep. And then he said he left at 12:30.
Okay, so that's... See, and there's no way to prove that if she had food in her tummy or anything like that.
And he said her and Kaylee came out all dressed and whatever. So that's why the story just doesn't make any sense. He remembers what she was wearing, that they were in her little shoes, and they were going somewhere in her sunglasses.
Yeah, she would have had shoes and she would have had socks and
if that was true.
Brandy, I think that these stories can be triggering for anybody here, and I think that talking about it is the only way that you heal from it. So you are more than welcome, honey, to chat in this chat room about anything that you would like.
I agree. It's helped me tremendously, Brandy.
Aw, you are strong, Brandy. You are our only Southern Bella Brandy Roberta. Roberta. I said it correctly, and he doesn't even say it correctly ever. He still says
doesn't.
Chris and Roberta. Listen.
Chris and Roberta.
Chris and Roberta. And then, where's the other one? I thought I had another one of Chris and Roberta. Oh, yeah.
You want them to go to Walmart and hang up a sign?
He says Chris and, or you want Brian and Roberta to go hang up a sign? It's like, dude, it's not Chris. It's not Brian and Roberta. Dum dum.
And thank you for having me.
All right, let's continue this.
But primarily Casey and I did.
Did you do a lot of shopping at Target?
Yes, ma'am.
You recognize that the Circo brand on a lot of Kaylee's clothing is a Target store brand, correct?
Yes. You just showed me.
TV, it's,
Okay, I thought you were talking about the pictures we just looked at. I'm sorry.
In the video that was displayed during your direct testimony.
Okay.
Were those shorts kept at your house?
Those particular shorts, I hadn't recalled Kaylee wearing those shorts for some time.
Leo Tech, thank you. She said, thank y'all for hanging with me this Sunday. Great panel as always. Thank you, Leo Tech, and happy belated birthday. Wait, am I getting that wrong? I think I screwed up again. It wasn't Leo's, it was, I'm getting their two names mixed up. Whose birthday was it yesterday?
Was it LC?
It was Jen Isley. Or no, was it LC? It was 1Z. You know what? Because it's the L. It's
Happy birthday, everybody who has a birthday.
yeah. Happy birthday, everyone.
The question was, were those shorts kept at your house?
Where else would the shorts have been kept?
You mean every day? There was several pieces of clothing throughout Kaylee's life that wasn't at my house every day.
Would that be because they were packed in some sort of diaper bag or backpack?
Calls for speculation. Witnesses testify she hasn't seen the shorts in over 6 months. So the question is posed to ask her to speculate.
Overruled.
Can you repeat
We were talking about the fact that there were clothing items that you would have recognized as having been in the home because you washed the clothes or you bought the clothes that were sometimes transported in a diaper bag or in a backpack.
That's correct.
Correct? And then you had seen or had knowledge of that diaper bag or backpack being placed in your daughter's car, correct?
Yes, or my car.
Or your car or your husband's car,
yes.
Whenever you all might have taken Kaylee somewhere.
That's correct.
You had a change of clothes.
Yes.
With you.
So is the prosecution trying to allude to the fact that Kaylee was wearing clothes that were typically stored in a diaper bag versus at the house? Because she hasn't seen those shorts in a while, like since the previous...
She's just saying, yeah, I think she's just getting at, like, so you may not have seen those shorts that she was wearing because they could have been in a bag.
Right. But if they were in a bag for like a year, which I know what that's like. I had a diaper bag and I'd be like, oh my God, I had like the cutest shorts in here and I forgot they were in the diaper bag. But if those shorts were kept in a diaper bag, how in the fuck did they get on Kaylee Anthony? And why? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I don't understand any of it. And like the searches on the computer either, like where does that all come into play? It's all so, that's why no one convicted this girl. There's just so much what ifs, how, who, what, where, when, why. It's
For
insane.
real. For real. I mean, both the prosecution and the defense both have like valid points, but none of it tells a story.
No. Still leaves us unknown. No matter what way we look at it, it's like, if she drowned, why the duct tape? If she didn't drown, then the searches on the computer. It's all so many different things of like, how do you fit that all into trying to figure out how and who? We're crazy thinking about it. I can't imagine anyone else trying to convict.
Okay. Well, how do we know? No, I'm really going in the rabbit hole, but how do we know that those searches weren't conducted? Do we know when the first, like, how far back did they go? Like, time-wise? Did they go back into 2007? Was it just like that for that year? Like, do we know where those started from?
I thought they said March, but maybe I'm wrong.
It was just that year?
I think it was March.
So it was just March of 2008. They didn't go back into 2007.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was all March.
So how do we know, though, that there weren't prior searches for this? How do we know that if there was some essay that there wasn't chemicals used to subdue? We don't. That's why you can't convict.
Right.
There's no way you can convict. I totally understand what the jury went through.
Yeah.
And we're only getting a little touch of it.
And there wasn't anything but bones for them to even go off of.
Nope.
I mean, it's like getting bones and not having any idea whatsoever. Nothing. No clue.
Yeah, kind of like Brian Laundrie.
At least he had shattered gun wounds. She has nothing.
Right. You can't tell how she died.
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Yeah, not one piece of flesh.
Can't get any DNA.
And there's no blunt force trauma.
Mm-mm.
So that was ruled out. So it was something internally that can no longer be detected with bones.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so crazy. It's so crazy just to know that these kinds of cases are they just remain unsolved.
It's sad.
Because you can't go back in time and get evidence that's gone. You know what I mean? Like if there was something, it's done.
We would have been so much further had them cops actually went out there the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy. I can't wait to get to Roy Kronc's part now.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have any recollection as to the last time you may have seen those shorts that are in the photograph that I handed to you, or that had appeared in the video that you indicate was taken in early to mid 2007?
Happy girl.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I just want to make sure I get on the same page.
When was the last time you saw?
Could you say that again, Mr. Rottenborn?
Those weren't shorts that I dressed Kaylee in quite a bit. I mean, there was quite a few things that I didn't dress Kaylee in, and that outfit was not one of my favorite outfits. And she had more clothes hanging in her closet than she did there. So unless Casey had her in them, and she may have worn them after, but I didn't see her that much after 2007. I do not recall seeing Kaylee in those shorts after 2007.
Okay. The photograph and the video taken of her in the shorts was taken at your house, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
So you would agree that it stands to reason that at some time those shorts were kept at your house?
Yes, like I said, they were at our house, but no, I can't say they were there every single day. Yes.
Okay. The picture of the ladder that you testified about, how heavy is that ladder?
I don't know the actual weight. I know I can't lift it with one hand. I have to use two hands to lift it.
You would agree that it is nothing that Kaylee would ever be capable of moving or manipulating on her own, correct?
Correct. She could not.
How heavy is that sliding glass door that you showed us in the picture?
This is where they should have had the actual weight of the damn ladder.
You have to put a pretty good force to it to open it up.
Now, even though Kaylee was 2, almost 3, the last time you saw her, she was a very compliant child.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was your testimony that you were very careful to give Kaylee instruction about whether that's going outside or putting on any sort of life vest or climbing up the ladder of the pool.
That's correct.
How deep is the pool?
I think we went through this before. It could go up to 4 feet, but we don't fill it naturally all the way to the top, so it's just a little bit under 4 feet.
Standing outside of the pool, can an adult reach in to retrieve objects in the pool if they are not at the edge?
You have to be at the edge of the pool to reach in and get an object.
Okay. If an object is not at the edge, but you are, can you reach in and retrieve it without getting wet?
No, not unless it's within a few inches from the edge of the pool.
Maligator.
When was the photograph taken of Kaylee at the sliding glass door?
I thought that was your chair. It's hers.
I can't tell you a month, but I would say it was probably the spring of
I was going to say, I'm
2008.
muted.
I also imagine that you would never permit Kaylee to be left home alone at your house.
Absolutely not.
One of the things that you testified on direct examination had to do with the incident that you discussed relative to the ladder being back on the pool and the side gate being open. Remember
Yes, I
talking
remember
about that?
Yes.
It was your testimony on a prior occasion. Would you agree that there is absolutely no way that Kaylee would have been able to open that gate?
Oh, there's no way she could open the gate to the from the backyard to the front yard. There's no way.
And as far as the date of that ladder incident, you have in the past testified that it was in the week before the gas can incident, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. Today you say that that was the night of the 16th, but do you acknowledge that you've said it was the 17th or even subsequent dates during that week?
Yes. I mean, when I was looking back, early on I was asked about it, and I knew it was either the 16th or 17th. I knew it was in those first 2 days after I didn't see her anymore.
You said that you called George when you made that discovery?
Yes, I did.
Did you call George from the house phone?
I'm not sure if I used a house phone or my cell phone, but I did call George.
Okay. Well, those would have been your only two options, right? The house phone or the cell phone.
Correct.
And if George wasn't at the house, as a call to him would suggest, you would have only the option to use his cell phone.
Correct.
To reach him.
Correct.
Okay. It's not like there was a work phone where you could get him at his security job. You had to call him on his cell phone.
He had two phones. He had a work phone and his cell phone. And sometimes I did call him on his work phone if he didn't pick up on his cell phone, or he would call me, from either or, depending on, which phone he was using.
Do you recall if you left a message for him that day, or did he pick up when you
Maybe
called?
they're hearsay papers.
I know I spoke to him. I can't remember if I spoke to him after I had left a message or not, but I know that we had communicated.
The audience is like, Cindy's full of shit.
Dawn's full of shit.
You acknowledge as well that as it relates to dates in June of 2008, that you've already made other errors. Specifically, when you filled out your initial sworn statement, you indicated the last time you had seen Kaylee was...
Just a second. Response to outside the scope.
Your Honor, we're talking about, he, in direct examination, asked questions about specific dates. I'm attempting to get the witness to acknowledge that she has made errors on dates in June of 2008 in the past.
Overruled.
So the prosecutor does not want the jury to think this happened Father's Day and into the 17th, I don't think. I think she wants them to think it happened a different time, is what I'm gathering.
Ms. Anthony, you recall that your first sworn statement to law enforcement as to the date that you last saw Kaylee had an error, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I'm aware of that.
You had indicated that the last time you saw her was actually a week prior to Father's Day.
Correct.
And it was the video of her with your dad.
Yes.
That refreshed your recollection as to the accuracy of that date.
That's correct.
You said that you went to work and told some of the people at your office about the incident with you believing somebody was swimming in your pool.
Yes.
Okay. You also told them about the gas can incident that was reported to the police on June 24th, correct?
So,
I'm not going to ask her questions about that. I'm asking about what she is reporting to her coworker, since there was a question about, did you tell them at work about certain things that happened in June of 2008?
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Are you sure you were at work on June 16th of 2008?
Yes, I know I was at work on June 16th, 2008.
Okay. Your time card reflects that you were at work on June 16th of 2008, does it not?
I would imagine it would, but I haven't reviewed that time card in 3 years.
May I approach the witness with...
Oh, she's being
318
bitchy.
You may.
Cindy, quit shifting.
Yeah, because y'all are blaming me.
Shell says, whose chair needs WD-40?
I was like, I was on mute.
Have you located the entry for the week ending?
It does, Leo. I agree. Sounds like she's prosecuting her.
Yes. Okay. Shows you were
I
at work
think
on
it's
June
a
16th
slide.
of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Story.
Okay. That's accurate?
Yes.
Are you sure you were at
Either
work
bitches.
on June
Neither
17th
one.
of 2008?
Yes, without looking at this, I'm sure I worked June 17th.
Fuck directly
Every
off.
day that week?
Yes, I had.
Through the 24th of June when the gas can incident was reported?
Yes, I had just come off vacation, so yes, I was back to work.
Okay. That time card accurately reflects that June vacation, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
I'm sure you do, Skulls.
Fuck directly off.
Chris and Roberta.
Your daughter Casey was home between August 22nd of 2008 and October 14th of 2008, correct?
all right, goes to outside. So,
Sustained.
That's correct.
Did you have contact with your daughter aside from what was on the videos that were done at the jail?
outside scope, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You showed us photographs
Damn.
of Kaylee getting in and out of the pool. Did your daughter tell you that there was an accident involving the pool?
Objection, Judge, outside the scope.
No, ma'am.
In fact, she continued to assert to you after July 15th of 2008 that the child was kidnapped by a babysitter, correct?
That's correct.
Those are all the questions I have on the issues presented, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's correct.
Redirect.
Reverie, that's a sound bite.
She liked to twirl. And
He always comes out like, bam, about to throw you under the bus.
I know, right? He's so organized.
He's so confident.
Yes.
On the side of the house.
I'm showing you the photographs that Mr. Greenberg just showed you. States RE, states RF, RG, RH, RI.
Look, she looks at them and immediately turns them over.
Right. That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, she does.
Now, first off, those are just photographs of tags, are they not? You can see some of the garment, can you?
Overruled.
That's true on all but one.
Okay. And are all of those garments pretty much knit type garments? Cotton material?
All but one.
Okay. Can you show me that is not?
Oh, yeah. What I said to you, no, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Now that one that you showed me, that is of jean material, correct?
Like a cotton. There's pictures of jeans in the background, but that one's like a cotton.
And the shorts that Kaylee was found in are jean type material, correct?
They're a cotton type material.
The knit material is material that is much stretchier. Would you agree to that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So, are Kaylee's clothing? Does Kaylee grow out of clothing that are of that rougher, thicker material a lot faster than they would of the knit material?
Yes.
And you also have kept lots of clothing from Kaylee that she has outgrown, have you not?
Oh, yes.
You haven't sold it all at yard sales?
No, most of her stuff we have kept.
Okay. And a lot of this would be kept in Casey's room?
We had 3 locations, depending on whether or not Lee was home. If he was living at the house, then we wouldn't use that closet. But when he moved out, we used that closet or Casey's closet because she really didn't have a closet. She had an armoire. And then the drawers in her dressed in her armoire, and then the changing table was full of drawers.
So Kaylee's clothing that she had outgrown would have been kept throughout the house?
Correct.
And the jeans, the shorts that Kaylee was found in, you testified with Mr. Burdick that you hadn't seen it for several months, right?
I hadn't seen her wearing those for several months.
And the only occasion that you would see them is if you had the occasion to wash them, right?
Correct.
You don't. Back in those days, you weren't deciding to. I haven't finished.
Sustained.
Where on those days, where in early 2008, was it a frequent custom of yours to just go looking for clothing that didn't fit Kaylee anymore?
That's hearsay, I guess.
There were specific times that I would go through Kaylee's drawers, like Christmas time. If she received a lot of gifts, you would tend to take out the ones that were smaller and then put the larger size in. Birthdays, the same way, any holidays.
And would you do these? Would you best characterize that as spring cleaning type deal?
Or if I was putting something on her and noticed it was too tight, I'd note that. Sometimes I would set it on her dresser or may even leave it in the drawer with the intention to go back and go through all the clothes to kind of see if I had time to go through and see what fit and what didn't fit.
And unless you were washing these clothing, you wouldn't see them on a regular basis.
That's correct.
And that's consistent with what you just said, what you testified to, that you hadn't seen those clothing in a long time, those shorts in a long time.
I would say so.
Are you kidding me?
And I know that this is going to sound odd, but Kaylee was a child, right? Almost 3 years old.
Are you kidding me?
You mean instead of it being a baby?
Yes. She wasn't a. She was a regular toddler.
Yes.
And as to her being obedient or not, did you treat her and discipline her like as if she were in the military or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Were you overly strict with her?
No.
So she ran and played like any other toddler.
Depending on her surroundings.
And she was just your average, if not above average, toddler.
I felt she was above average.
Thank you. No further questions.
Are you kidding me? Come on, girl.
Question.
Any more questions from the state?
I'll make it fast.
Just very briefly.
She's almost done.
The fabric in the shorts that you were talking about, they're pink cotton?
Yes, ma'am.
Shorts. Was that the same fabric as the shorts in the photograph? I believe it's 314. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but the one that we saw that you said was taken in 2007.
Yes, it's similar.
The sturdy cotton that has less give than a knit fabric.
Yes.
That's all I want to clarify.
Okay, may Mrs. Anthony stand down. Thank you, Ms. Stand down.
You're up, Mal.
I was just saying, like, I feel like it was more she was acting the part of Kaylee's mom. Like, why is she going through Kaylee's clothes and not Casey? Why is she the one doing all of those things? I just feel like she was very controlling of this child.
Yeah, because she's a control freak.
Yeah. I mean,
But I also think she bought most of the clothing for Kaylee, so she would know exactly what things were made of, when she wore them.
I'm just saying, though, like, what if Casey wanted to keep something and she's going through all of her clothing?
Right, and it sounds like she controlled all that because she
Yeah.
paid for it.
Yeah.
It was one of those Scott Skulls. He said sturdy cotton got less give. I might have to try that.
Oh, jeez.
I just feel like I don't think it was because Casey wasn't home or involved. I think Casey probably wanted to be more involved, but I think Miss Anthony here really set boundaries early on because she had the power and the money. The money was the power.
Yeah.
She was the one that could go and buy all of little Kaylee's clothes. And did you hear? I didn't really like that outfit. That wasn't one of my favorite outfits for her.
Yes.
So
That's
she
another
probably
one I would've
didn't buy that one. That
Mhm.
might have been one that Casey bought her.
Mhm. I thought that comment too. I was going to interrupt you and just be like, Art. That's why I was like, what?
Yeah, I think I played the soundbite of, come on, girl.
Yeah, well,
Are
we
you
can't hear
kidding?
your
I know.
voice.
But I was thinking the same thing. Like,
Mhm.
obviously, if this lady bought all her clothes, she's not going to buy her an outfit she doesn't really care for. And
Mhm.
that's
Oh,
kept
no,
in a
not at all.
diaper bag. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. I think there was just a battle between these two women. And I think it just really compounded when Casey had a baby.
Mhm.
And you know, it's funny because I kind of relate to those weird dynamics. And I'm going to share something with you guys. So I'm the youngest of 6. And my oldest sister is 13 years older than me. And growing up, like, she was more like a mom. And she always had like this, you know, kind of mom figure to me. Like, even when I was a little toddler, I would accidentally call her mom and be like, and then, you know, say her name. But that's because she took so much part in like caring for me. And so, you know, fast forward, I grow up, I get married, I have kids, and she kind of took a little bit of ownership over my kids. And not in the fact we didn't live together. I couldn't have handled that. But when she would come over, it was, you know, didn't talk to me. It wasn't like, a, you know, and I was a stay-at-home mom. Like, I was like socially deprived, you know. It wasn't like I'm in the kitchen making dinner and she would just go in the kids' playroom and play with them. And then on the way out, like, oh, see you later, Jen. Like, it was just like that. And I was kind of resentful of that because I wanted that adult interaction. But she only wanted to focus on playing with them. But I didn't get mad at them. It irritated me with her. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't get mad at the child. The child doesn't know any better.
Right, but I think that Casey didn't really have clear lines either of right and wrong and stuff. So,
yep.
I mean, I could just kind of relate with that weird dynamic. I mean, this is her mom who's kind of taking over as mom because she feels like her daughter's inept, but you can't do that. Like, if you choose to let your daughter, and this is my opinion, if you choose to let your daughter have a baby and live with you, and the plan is that she's going to raise this child in your home, I think as grandmother, you need to do your due diligence to allow your daughter that you've made this living arrangement with to mother her own child, whether you think she's making mistakes or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of grandma's responsibility to kind of, have that boundary to where, okay, I'm going to let her do this, even though it's hard. But that's healthy. Those are healthy boundaries.
Yeah, I think every first time mom struggles with, am I doing this right? Is this correct? And you should let someone do that, even if you are the grandparent.
Why does it seem more like Casey and Cindy were more competitors than mother-daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Why does it seem like Kaylee and Casey compete for George? Did you see that in the jailhouse call? I found that to be just those dynamics so weird. So weird.
Casey and George?
The three of them, like when Casey got on the phone with George, they're all C's. Cindy's behavior. When Casey was on the phone with George, she leaned in on George and put her fucking head on his shoulder. When have you ever seen that woman be even remotely like affectionate with George Anthony?
I think it's because she can't hear the call, so she was trying to listen to what she was saying, because you can only hear through the phone.
Yeah,
So
but
I think
also
that's why she put her head closer to him, because she wanted to hear what Casey and George were talking about.
George also started off that call, "Hey, gorgeous."
Oh, yeah. The first thing he said, "Hey, gorgeous." And then she cries and doesn't say, "My God, we need to find Kaylee." She says, "I look like hell."
Yeah.
"Hey, gorgeous. I look like hell."
Yeah.
Dynamics
I
are
don't think that's
all
what I would
wrong.
say to my child behind a glass thing at a prison. Hey, gorgeous.
No.
Yeah, who says that? If my father called me gorgeous, I'd be like, Dad.
That's
what?
that's a comment that a creeper makes when you're like, I don't know, when I was that age, like let's say I'm at a payphone and some creepy fucking, I'm 22 and some 50-year-old walks by and says, "Hey, gorgeous." That's what that reminded me of. That is not how a father typically talks to his daughter. I'm telling you, and I have seen firsthand the most attentive father of fathers. And I've never heard that guy that I'm speaking of say, "Hey, gorgeous." Gorgeous.
Especially your daughter who's behind glass in jail for maybe doing something to your grandchild. That, like, why would you say that? Like, I don't know.
I could see, "Hey,
so
honey."
weird. Yeah.
"Hey, sweetheart. How are you holding up?"
Yep.
Gorgeous. I mean, gorgeous. That's what you tell your daughter when she's going to prom. "Gosh, you look gorgeous."
Or beautiful.
It's so inappropriately weird. Yeah, bring on the pancakes. Someone start the griddle.
Oh, no, no pancakes.
Someone start the fucking griddle and get Mrs. Butterworth, because there is something wrong here. I'm telling you. There is
no pancakes, no hamburgers.
There is. Summon Mrs. Butterworth to the chat, because we are getting knee deep in flapjacks here. I'm serious, dude. There's more to this story. This is not This is not Casey. This is not all Casey Anthony. Mm-mm.
And everyone keeps saying where she wasn't acting like someone that had a child for missing for 31 days. And I say the same thing, but neither the hell were they.
Right. Were they?
She lived with
They
them.
saw her every day.
They
Yes.
testified we did not go one day without seeing that little girl. But how did they explain going 31?
But see, what's funny is in the A&E, she does say that too. She says, we seen her every day. And George said, no, we didn't. What are you talking about? They got in a huge fight. She stormed off. You have to watch that, Jay, because it
Oh
literally-
shit, really?
Wait.
Yes.
She storms off because
Damn.
George believes that she drowned and she doesn't.
Because George is like, she
And
was
I'm gonna
not
t-
always home.
I'm
There was
gonna
times
tell
she
you.
didn't come home.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why the bitch stormed off?
No.
She left the fucking ladder there. That's why she stormed off. That's the only reason. This is all pointed. It's like these three morons are sitting there pointing the fingers at each other. Oh, nope, she did it. He did it. They all have a hand in it in their own way, I think.
It's like that stupid Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I'm picturing. It's ludicrous.
And like watching her now and then like watching her on that and like for the things he said on here like grossed me out, but in that 10-year thing he was really trying to say the truth about like he doesn't care to talk to her, he doesn't forgive her, and he does not believe what she like Cindy believes, and that she's a liar. And she said, well, she
You know
learned
what?
by example.
Yep, they all did. And you know what, Cindy puts all those things in a little box and compartmentalizes it just like Casey does. She was taught to do that. So I don't think for a second that this woman right here, Miss Yorkshire Terrier, I think that Yorkshire Terrier has put the scenario of the ladder in a little box and put it aside. And I think that she has convinced herself that there is something else that had to have happened. And that's the way she goes about testifying. That's the way she goes about living until she sat with her husband in an interview and he blurts out, I think the pool scenario. And she's like, are you kidding me? Because perfect Cindy cannot be at fault for this. Cindy was in control. She had everything handled. She had the suit for the girl. She had it right by the door. She did everything right. There's just no way possible this woman will ever accept it. That's what I see.
She has an image to maintain.
Mm-hmm.
And let's be real. I mean, if that's the case, they're all three responsible because she left the ladder. Casey was sleeping. She drowned. George hit it. They're all three.
And fucking Lee's an accomplice because he helped. He went there with his agenda, asking all his questions. Who can we trust? Who can we trust? Cameron Bourgeois or Patrick Bourgeois? You know,
Lee knew something. I'm convinced
he
Lee
did.
knew something.
And I don't think it's far-fetched that if there was SA going on, that Lee was a part of it. One kid is not going to be spared. Look at the Menendez brothers. They're just not. And it's going to make those two kids closer. And I think it did until, like Casey said, between 12 and 15, Lee started doing creepy shit. He wanted to feel her up. She told the doctors that he wanted to feel her up when she was a young teen. So maybe they were really close until that happened.
Why no lie detectors?
Yeah, well, they refused them.
Huh. Go figure.
Yep.
If I was not guilty, I would not refuse. I mean, I don't know, because my dumbass would probably.
I don't know,
fail
man. I'm on the
because I was
fence on that
telling
one
the
after
truth.
Christopher Watts.
Yeah. That's what I was just saying. Like,
I
no,
don't think I'd take one. I would talk
I
to an
would-
attorney first. That's what I would do. If my attorney
Yeah,
said take one, I would take one.
I would refuse. Can't use it in court. I'd
Right.
refuse, no matter what.
Really, because all they're going to do is use it against you.
Yeah. And they don't even like show you. They circle around and like mix you up with questions.
Yep.
Yeah, I would refuse to
manipulate you.
I agree. I'm on the I'm on that same side of the fence as you guys. I wouldn't do it either.
No way, Jose.
But you know what? And I
Bias.
don't care if people say she wouldn't take one. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Those, number one, like you said, they're not admissible. And then if you fail it or something looks hinky, you then you look guilty.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I just think.
I'm just interested to get through this like whole thing.
Okay,
like,
do you guys? I know it's 10:30, and are you guys wanting to get off? Because
9:30.
we have
It's 9:30 for me, so I'm fine.
we have Lee, and Lee's isn't very long. And if we get through Lee's, then
Lee's
our next
is really short.
Yeah, it is, and we can just get through it because it's Jose questioning Lee, and I want to watch it.
Yeah, I'm down.
And then after Lee, I think Yorkie takes the stand again. I think she's brought back up. But we'll stop after Lee tonight. Okay. And then we'll pick up on Cindy again. But Lee goes from, let's see, 118. Yeah, it'll be like 20 minutes or 25 minutes.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
I have to stay up all night, so it don't matter to me.
Up all night, sleep all day.
For the next 3 days.
The defense may call their next witness.
Your Honor, we call Lee Anthony to the stand, please. Lee, come on down. You are the next contestant on Your Sister's on Trial for Murder. Oh, while I'm thinking of The Price is Right, listen, there's a documentary on Netflix. Have you guys seen it? The Price is Right one.
No.
Okay, for people like me who used to watch Bob Barker, like when you were homesick, you remember like being on the couch watching, Price is Right with Bob Barker. Okay, this dude is in this documentary, and I hate switching gears like this, but I'll forget. He like studied this show since he was young, and he like learned you got to watch it. It's all about this guy. He learned the game. He went to this show like, I don't even know how many hundreds of times. Like most people only go to Price is Right once. He went all these times. Anyways, he tells his story. And if you like The Price is Right, it's really interesting. I really got into it. I mean,
That was so random, Jay.
No, I'm serious. It's new. So watch it. It's interesting.
I will. And see, we are making people believe, because now Leo Tech says, before this, I was 1,000% Casey was guilty. Mm-hmm. We all feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Makes me scared to revisit other cases.
You should do Watts next.
Well, we don't have a trial, though. We don't have anything.
You have his...
I know, but we've seen all that. That's the thing that sucks. We needed a trial.
Yep,
we needed everything to come out.
I really hope Peterson gets a new trial.
Me too.
I so want to dig that like no other.
By the way, he's in court Thursday.
Yep.
And they're going to give their arguments back and forth. I put a video out about it. Nobody fucking watched it. And then everyone's going to go like, what's going on? So
I watched it.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh.
It just didn't get a lot of views. And I know everybody next week, or if he gets a new trial, they're going to be all about it. But they're going to give their arguments next week. So that's going to be super interesting because it's just like, it's down to the nitty gritty. They're going to give their final arguments to each side. And then the judge has 90 days to decide. Yeah. So it could take 3 months until we find out, or it could be a week. It could be the next day. We don't know.
Oh my gosh, Shell. No, I get PTSD of Watts.
Oh, Lord. I watched, I won't get into that. Okay. Let's
watch sorry.
Lee.
Sorry to sidetrack.
No, it's okay.
Lee Anthony, LeeAnthony.
Mr. Lee, what's that
Morning,
song?
Mr. Anthony.
Ooh, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Anthony, did you at one time own the white Pontiac Sunfire?
Yes.
Okay. From what year to what year did you own that car?
Approximately 2000 until early 2005.
I'd like to show you some photographs. Your Honor, I'd like to publish to both the witness and the jury states Exhibit
That's so
47,
cool, Betty.
79, and 80.
You may publish.
They show like the behind the scenes stuff too of The Price is Right. It's kind of funny. It's all old school shit, you guys. It's like from the 80s.
Can you see that, sir?
No, you can't see. You want me to do it or you gonna do it?
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, I can see it.
Is that the white Pontiac Sunfire that you once owned?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. I'd like to now show you photographs. States.
Is that
79.
Casey's whip?
Yeah, he owned it first.
The Sunfire, yeah.
Do you see that, sir?
Oh yeah, because
yes,
he
I
got
do.
his Mustang.
Does that appear to be the trunk of your of the car you once owned?
Yes, it is. I recognize the amplifier in the back.
Okay.
Ooh, Lee
Give me a
had
second.
some
I'm trying to clear up
kickers.
the glare if I can.
Lee had some kickers. Driving down Hope Spring Lane. You think Lee was a stud in high school?
Maybe.
What do you think? Let's do it. Let's do
No.
a poll. Let's do a poll.
I would have to see younger pictures of him.
Nope, you got to go off what you see here. I showed
If
you
I
him
see
picking
him
his
right
ear the
there,
other
yeah.
day. You saw him.
I see him right there.
In his ear.
She did too.
Do you think Lee is pimping?
Much better.
Okay. Now, when you owned this car, was there a stain in the trunk of the car?
There were a few, yes.
Okay. Can you show with the illustrator, just kind of circle on the screen where these stains were?
I had a red
Okay.
Sunfire.
I specifically remember there being 3. They were all outside of the.
Go ahead and mark on the.
Okay, they're all outside of the tire cover. There was one.
My other thing, Jay, why
there,
would they let them
approximately,
all three
there
sit
was
in
one
there when
higher
they're
up
going to
below
testify
the-
to the evidence?
Say what?
They have George, Lee, and Cindy all sitting in the back row. I don't think people who are going to testify on something like they should have had him out of the room and Cindy out of the room separate times that they talk about this, because he's seen exactly where his mom just circled.
Yeah, why are they all in there?
I don't know.
Usually they don't do that. They make them sit
that's
outside the
what I'm
room.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. I never thought of that. Yeah,
Yeah, he
usually
got
they
right
aren't
up.
in there.
He got right up from the other side of George, and when she went to sit down.
That's messed up.
Fire, and then there was a smaller one.
Unless the gallery can't see the screen. That would be the only thing I can think of.
It doesn't matter. They can still hear
showing
the
it to the
testimony.
jury. They're showing it to the jury. How do they not see it?
Because the jury has like they can set it up where only the jury sees like evidence pictures. Because like I was at a murder trial and they showed the jury pictures of the body, but we couldn't see them.
But you're telling me he hasn't seen any evidence photos, and they're saying, was the stain by B or A?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing something out there. I
You
don't
what I'm
know.
saying? No, like they're
It's a
giving
good
details.
question.
Yeah. I've never seen that before.
No, I haven't either. They usually leave the room.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of on the side over here.
And were they there when
But
you
being that they're victims, they would be considered victims because Kaylee died of a homicide and they're not being charged. So I don't know if the rules
But
for
they were
victims, and it's the
interrogated.
state of Florida. So victims' rights in Florida are a little different. I don't know. It could be they have the right to sit through the trial being victims. That might be their right as victims.
Just the car?
From everything I remember, yes. I remember seeing
But
those
that's a really
numerous
good
times
question.
throughout the time I owned it.
Did you have an occasion to stain the trunk of your car on any occasions? How long did you own it again? I'm sorry.
Almost 5 full years.
So in those 5 years, did you ever create any stains in the trunk?
I'm sure I may have. I don't
Oh my
recall
God.
specifically making any of those 3, but I do remember seeing them. You know, it was just normal to see those.
Okay, I'd like to show you another photograph.
I mean, used cars are stained up all over.
I could not
Is this
tell
a
you
little
right
better
now.
view of the trunk?
Yes.
Oh,
Can
me
you show
either.
us where
States what?
states 80?
Thank you.
36% of you think Lee is pimping.
Can you show us where on this photograph?
64 say no.
The stains were.
It was probably
Sure.
all Mike Stanner.
64% said
McNo.
And then the other was off the picture.
McNo.
Okay. And how long would you say those stains were there?
If not I don't know for sure. More often than not, longer than for the majority of the part that I owned him, if not the entire part time I
Yes,
owned him.
this was ruled a
Now,
homicide.
they don't come up too well on these photographs.
No, they
do
don't. No, they don't.
And
Here, let me
but
make this
they
bigger.
were there when you would be able to see it. Is that correct? When you
Absolutely.
opened up the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone? May I unpublish, Judge?
You may.
The jury's finished.
We're good. Jose, continue. You
Mr.
may.
Anthony, can you tell us
I need a
when's the
sound
first time
bite.
that
You may.
noticed that your sister was pregnant?
You may.
You may.
Objection overruled.
Can you first tell us about
No one wants to
the
vote
very
on
first
Lee.
time, you suspected that your sister was pregnant or noticed?
Yeah, it's hard to give an exact time, but it would have been early to mid 2008.
Now, this was during the time that you were living in the home.
Yes, I had not moved out at that point.
Okay. And describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that occurred.
How I saw Casey?
Yes, how you first saw Casey showing.
Okay. It would have been later at night. Our bedrooms are right next to the bathroom, so I was waiting for her to get out of the bathroom, and when I went in when she was coming out, I could see her, midsection, and
Oops.
it was showing. So at that time, it struck me
Hang on.
odd because I guess I just hadn't noticed it prior to that.
And
I meant to put Scott E. Skulls, not Scott S. Skulls. Sorry. All right. So Lee is talking about noticing her belly here.
What did you do with this information once you saw this? What did you?
Overruled.
I believe I made some kind of comment towards Casey that said, like, excuse me, what the hell is that?
What the hell is
She
that?
just kind of waved me off. And then the next time I would have seen my mom, probably in the next couple of days, I recall asking her, is Casey pregnant? Looks that way to me.
Not responsive narrative.
Sustained.
What happened next?
Objection.
I think he was mad that Casey was never held accountable.
Overruled at this point, but the question
I
should not
agree.
be a hearsay answer.
We're not offering this for the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
I don't know what's coming out, so approach the
Because
side.
he always said Kaylee's number one.
Yep.
You may continue.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you were saying that the next day you had advised your mother that you thought Casey was pregnant, correct?
I confronted her with that within a day or two. Yes.
Okay. And then when's the next time you saw Casey being obviously showing?
This would definitely have been in the middle of 2008. She came and picked me up at the airport.
Now, Kaylee was born in 2006, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have the years wrong. No, she was born in 2005.
Oh, excuse me. So you're referring to 2005?
Yes, I apologize.
Okay. Did there come an occasion where you saw or you noticed this again to any greater? Did you see her showing more?
Absolutely. It was brutally honest at that point that she was pregnant.
Okay. And was it known in your family, or was it discussed in your family at all that she was pregnant?
Hearsay specific about specifying
Objection.
in your family.
Your mother,
Sustained.
your mother and your father.
Compound question.
Sustained.
Was it discussed with your mother that at this point that Casey was pregnant?
Myself and my mother?
Yes.
Prior to asking her a few months before? No.
Okay. And then after you talked to
He
your mother
waited a
about it
few
in front of her,
months? How?
was there about a month later that you saw Casey again? Did she pick you up at the airport or anything like that?
Assumes a fact, not an evidence that he confronted anybody.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Now, why is he confronting?
Was there an occasion where your sister picked you up at the airport?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And how was she showing when she picked you up at the airport?
Far enough out to where I know she just wasn't putting on weight.
I'm sorry?
Far enough out to where I know she wasn't just putting on weight.
Okay. Are you saying that she obviously looked more pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And was this how long after you had already confronted
Why is he
your mother?
laughing?
Not an evidence.
Sustained.
Comment.
I'm asking.
Yes,
Let's
Leo Tech.
continue.
He has
Next
a
question.
son.
Yes, sir. Can you give us a time frame from when she picked you up at the airport to when you had confronted your mother about Casey's pregnancy?
Same fact, not in evidence. I've objected twice.
Sustained.
Look at him,
Did
look at him.
you have any discussions with your mother or your father about Casey's pregnancy when she picked you up at the airport?
No, I did not.
During the time period between the time you confronted your mother and the time that you had picked her up at the airport?
Wait, let him finish answering the question. Sit down.
Sit
Mr. African, answer the question until I tell you can answer the question. Answer the question.
You
Mr.
need to
Baez.
clip that and make that into a soundbite.
Were there any discussions between the time that you confronted your mother and the time that you that Casey picked you up at the airport that had anything to do with Casey being pregnant?
Any objections to that question?
As rephrased, no, sir.
You may answer.
From the time I confronted her with that until that time, we never spoke about it again. No.
Okay. And when you say again, what does that mean?
Until just a few days before Kaylee was born.
Okay. And
Wow. That's
are
so
you saying
weird.
that the very first time there was any discussion about Casey's pregnancy was, other than the time you confronted your mother, was just a few days before Kaylee was born?
That's the only time it was acknowledged to me that that was indeed the situation, yes.
Why though?
And when Kaylee was born, did you go to the hospital to see your sister?
Oh, Lord, here comes the weirdness.
Regrettably, no, I did not.
And why didn't you go?
I was a little hurt. Just didn't want to be there.
What? Who were you angry with?
Relevance.
Sustained.
Why were you hurt?
Relevance.
Can you explain to us the reasoning behind why your actions?
Relevance.
Your Honor, may I
Oh,
approach so I
I'm
can
surprised why they're
You may proceed. Objection overruled.
stating that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Anthony, can you tell us why you were angry and who you were angry with as to why you didn't go and see Kaylee and Casey at the hospital?
I'm sorry.
What?
I was very angry at my mom, and I was also angry at my sister. I mean, I was just angry at everyone in general that they didn't want to include me, and didn't find it important enough to tell me, especially after I'd already asked.
Dude,
that sucks.
These kids have so many issues. I
That's
can't
what-
even.
Why would they keep that from him?
Because they have
Not-
issues, dude. They're weird.
I know, and I see he's physically hurt that they kept his sister, who's supposed to be so close to him, till 2 days before. Like, why not just tell him she's gonna have a baby? He's upset. I would be pissed too.
I don't know. I just think it's really strange that dad had his face down there watching,
But he could
but
not even know she
brother
was pregnant.
couldn't even know she was pregnant.
Yeah, it's weird and sad for him.
Okay, but why?
It's creepy.
Is it because it's George's baby?
No, they did DNA testing.
It wasn't George's.
Or Lee's.
Holy crap,
wanna
Prepper is in here.
Prepper 101.
You didn't tell
We haven't
about
seen
my
them in
pubes,
forever.
did you? No, of course not. Oh, I almost forgot. This year Garth finally got pubes. This is my best friend, Garth Alger.
Real men cry. He's pimping.
Hi.
I agree. My husband cries. He's
But
so
what I'd
sentimental.
really like
It's
to do is
gross.
something
Hey, Prepper. Prepper finally got his pubes. Prepper 101. Real men cry. He's pimping. I don't know. I just see a lot of dysfunction.
So I was very hurt, and I didn't want to. I don't think I wanted to believe it, you know. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what do you mean they didn't want to include you?
Interpretation of someone else's.
Sustained.
I hope you feel like shit, Jordan.
Were you angry because they hid the pregnancy from you?
Asked and answered and leaving.
I don't think they
Sustain
wanted
as
people
the
to
lead.
know.
But he lived there and he was her brother.
I know they didn't want him running his trap.
Do you need a moment, sir?
I'm okay.
Because he probably didn't agree with half the shit that they did for Casey. Because they probably fucking catered to her and like, I don't know. She was probably just spoiled, really spoiled. And
Yeah.
I don't know.
You can tell he really loved Kaylee. He was always the main head searcher. He was always the main. In the video thing, it's always about Kaylee. I only care about Kaylee. You're second. Like, it was always Kaylee.
Yeah, because he was pissed at him. It was
Yeah.
all their fucking weird dynamics. It wasn't about Kaylee. It was because he was pissed at them. They all like point the finger at each other. It's so weird.
But it was his niece too. I mean,
I know they all loved her, but they're all fucked up.
No, I agree.
Yeah, they're
If
all.
they weren't fucked up, she'd still be here. She'd be 17 years old. I mean, she died in these people's care, no matter how you slice it. There's no outside fucking person that took Kaylee Anthony, you know? And to hear him talking in code, I don't know. I just don't have the empathy that you guys do.
I think he
Why
talks in code so much with her because, and she always suggested it to be mom or dad in code. I feel like he was talking to her because I think he knew mom and dad knew something and he wanted her to just relate to him in letters and not on video. I think
Dude, he was trying to get her to drop her lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted her to switch jockeys.
She probably wouldn't be free if she did.
Exactly. But he didn't want her telling Jose certain things.
Meanwhile, her mother was all about Jose.
She was, yeah. Remember when they visited, she's like, oh, I was with him when he filed that today.
Yep.
Good point, Dr. Malmo. He's crying about his feelings, but did he cry about Kaylee in those jailhouse talks? Nope.
Oh, no, not one bit.
Good point. Good point. Seems like they cry for themselves. All of them. Casey.
Always them. Yep.
George. I mean, George does show more emotion than I think most of them. But they still don't have, their interactions with each other are just so weird. All right. I don't know, you guys aren't being so hard on Lee, but I feel differently.
Are you angry?
No pun intended. I feel differently. I feel differently. No pun intended.
I love you.
And answered.
Sustain.
Are there other reasons why you were angry?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Overruled as to that question.
Were there other
Everyone's
reasons why
getting
you were
testy.
angry?
Question, Counselor, yes or no answer, sir. Other than the answer that you've already given, were there other reasons? Yes or no?
No.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
Someone get that guy a Kleenex.
Was that your Labradoodle?
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr.
No.
That girl's hair.
Oh.
We're going to recess for lunch. I'm going to ask that you not discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state?
No, sir.
Or the defense? We'll be in recess till 1:30.
Okay, we come back.
Okay, let's return Mr. Anthony.
I love how he says their
To
name.
the
Mr.
Anthony.
Yeah, Mr. Anthony.
Mr. Lee Anthony, and once we get him in, we'll return the jury.
He seems like such a happy-go,
I know,
funny,
very patient.
Very
Yeah.
fair. Very fair.
Stay recognized, President of the jury.
I like him.
Defense. Members of the jury, did you heed my previous admonitions during your recess?
He was perfect for this case.
Right. Mr. Ashton, you may begin your cross-examination, sir.
Thank you. Could we begin by publishing State's Exhibit 80 in evidence?
You may.
Mr. Anthony, you see the photograph State's Exhibit 80 in front of you.
Yes, sir, I do.
This is the photograph that you were discussing with Mr. Bias, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I believe you indicated that there were stains pre-existent in this trunk from approximately this area, and then one that's off the picture. Is that correct?
Don't
That
you
is correct.
think if a body was in
This
there, it'd be like
large
permanently
stained area
stained?
on the
It
spare
would.
tire cover, about the size of a basketball. That was not in the car when you owned it, was it?
I don't recognize that one as something I'm familiar with
I
now.
mean, unless she was on
And
like
when you
a
owned the car,
I mean,
it didn't have a stench, did it?
Does it have one up, sir?
Didn't have a
see, to me, the trunk is kind of like they need to let the trunk go because they already ruined the evidence that was in the trunk, and now they're trying to like get a car that he owned for 5 or 6 years and then was passed on to Casey, and they're trying to like narrow down stains with him.
Like, who would remember?
You wouldn't. I mean, when you have a car like that, you throw gas cans, you throw oil, you throw, dirt, from,
Antifreeze.
plants. I
Up
mean,
here.
anything.
Well, yeah.
You throw groceries in there, something can leak. I mean, come on, blood from fucking hamburger. Anything can get in the trunk of a car.
And decomp on carpet looks way different.
It's like black almost.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen crime scene cleanup pictures like on Instagram and like videos, and usually it's a distinct color. I mean, it doesn't look like a bleach stain. It's not so faint you can barely see it. It's fucking there. I mean, a body decomposes and breaks down. All that shit, all that fluid falls like gravity. You know what I'm saying? To the floor. Like
But
it's
it may not have been to the point of decomp at the time of the car. It could still smell that way. And if just the littlest bit of fluid leaked out, but
I
she
disagree.
really
It's Florida. She decomped quick. She would decomp very quick.
We don't
It
know how
was-
long she was in the
It
trunk or
wouldn't
how
take.
long.
It wouldn't take long. Look at Shanann Watts in Colorado. It is like 100 degrees here.
But we
in
don't know
June.
how long she was in there.
She wouldn't need to be in there long. It wouldn't take long for a body to smell in the heat of Florida in a trunk. But neither would a bag of trash. Like I told you, my trash was sitting outside in the shade. And I had bones in there from pork chops. I opened it, I almost gagged. It smelled like death warmed over. It was horrible.
Why did you open it?
Because I was putting something in there and I was like, holy. And it was in a bag. And I was like, whoa. I almost threw up. It was really strong.
I agree, Dr. Melmo.
Yeah, I think Lee was like the Burke of the Ramsey family.
Yep.
Lee was Burke.
I think when Kaylee came along, Lee was non-existent.
Well, I think when she became pregnant, Lee was non-existent. And that's
Agreed.
where his feelings got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what their dynamics are now with him and his son. It doesn't sound like they see that child very often.
Mm-mm.
How would you do that? Like how? Wow, that's got to be pretty messed up. But hopefully he keeps a healthy distance. You know what I mean? Because we've seen what George and Cindy can produce. A lot of problems.
Denched and stink?
No.
You hear this question? He laughs. Like, what is funny about any of this?
Were you requested to meet with a member of the prosecution team to go over your...
Beyond the scope.
It goes to bias your...
Overrule?
To meet with a member of the prosecution team to go over your testimony to prepare you for what questions we would ask you on direct?
I believe so, yes.
And you refused to do that, did you not?
Yes, I did.
But Mr. Baez requested a meeting with you this week to prepare for this testimony, did he not?
To my knowledge, when he asked me, it was not to prepare for this testimony, and I had previously refused to meet with him prior to this week also. I've reached out to him prior to this week.
See that? See that right there? He didn't want something to come out either. That's exactly what happened. The fucking...
I don't think he wanted to talk to either one of them because he didn't want to hear either of their bullshit. I really don't think he has anything.
Then why give in and talk to Jose? and make yourself look horrible on the stand.
Yeah.
Because you don't want something to come out. Jose told you it was if you didn't cooperate. Basically, Jose had this family by the balls.
I want you to see when Cindy says, when she sees the little boy, that, and he comes, that he knows the toys and the things that he touches are Kaylee's things.
Yeah,
not
I
his.
saw that. I saw where she said he
That
knows
made
his house. That house he knows is Kaylee's.
Yeah, that made me sick.
I guess you could look at it either way. Like, oh, she talks about Kaylee. He knows who Kaylee is.
But, like if you're playing with her toy, that's Kaylee's
But a
toy.
12-year-old boy isn't going to want to play with a little 3-year-old's toddler house. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if he did play with it, he probably only played with it for a little bit. I don't know if she meant that bitchy. She's just bitchy. But she could have just meant like, he knows who Kaylee is. She just is a bitch. I don't like Cindy. I think she comes across very bitchy. She's not likable.
Yeah.
But the fact that he met with the defense versus turning down the prosecution, no. Something stinks. Why would you do that?
Too, yeah. I don't know.
Because they all changed their fucking tune. That's why.
I don't understand any of this.
They all changed their tune.
Prepare for this testimony, did he not?
And what have we found out about the Anthonys? They're all self-absorbed, right? They care about themselves. Casey, Cindy, the way she's storming off. Why would you storm off? Because she cares more about herself and how she looks.
And
same with
times.
George.
Multiple times.
Same with fucking George.
He even tells her to shut up.
Yep, he doesn't care about anybody but himself and his image. She doesn't care about anybody but herself and her image. Same with Casey. Same with this dude. They all care about how it appears. But the kids, they were raised that way. That's why the motherfuckers moved from Ohio to Florida for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
That was a reputation move. Why would you pick up like that? After being in law enforcement, undercover detective for 10 years, suddenly you're just all done with that and you go to used car sales with your dad. Can't get along with your dad. You have your own, that fails. So then you pack it up and move to Florida with your 2 children. It doesn't make sense.
Well, maybe because they were being threatened where they were because of the gambling, wasn't it?
George couldn't hold down a job.
Mm.
George couldn't keep his penis in his pants.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's nothing good about any one of these people that I can see. I mean, this guy kind of seems more like the victim because he seems like he was kind of the outcast in a way.
And he says he'll never talk to Casey again. Like he's completely done. Like no contact.
Well, it's sad that he talks to his parents and not her because I think they all 3 have knowledge, in my opinion. So unfortunate for him because he probably is on the more devil side of things, in my opinion, because they're the ones that raised these 2. I hold responsibility and they're the ones that housed her. You know what I mean? Cindy created this. She created this and it's shitty because it sounds to me like she tried to take over being mom when Casey was there. And then all of a sudden it's like, look what you did. You know, they're fucked up. Dr. Malmo, there is a narcissism in a dysfunctional family where people must repress their feelings where sexual abuse is happening. Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier, is that they're just trained to cover it up and repress it. Like Dr. Malmo, I was saying earlier when Casey was interviewed by the psychologist and the psychiatrist that she said she would put things that were, you know, that she didn't want to think about in a little box and put it away.
To my knowledge, when he asked me, it was not to prepare for this testimony, and I had previously refused to meet with him prior to this week also. I had reached out to him prior to this week, and then we followed that up with a meeting earlier this week. Yes, sir.
So you reached out to Mr. Baez?
Last week I did, yes, sir.
For what purpose?
What purpose, Lee? Did you see his arm movements? Dr. Malmo, did you see those arm movements? He had like major arm movements when he said this week.
Members of the jury, did you hear my previous?
Why is that? What was that all about?
No.
I think I went too far, dang it. I want to know.
For your testimony to prepare you for what questions we would ask
why
you on
he
direct?
reached out to Jose.
I believe so, yes.
And you refused to do that, did you not?
Yes, I did.
But Mr. Baez requested a meeting with you this week to prepare for this testimony, did he not?
To my knowledge, when he asked me, it was not to prepare for this testimony, and I had previously refused to meet with him prior to this week also. I had reached out to him prior to this week, and then we followed that up with a meeting earlier this week. Yes, sir.
So you reached out to Mr. Baez?
Last week I did, yes, sir.
For what purpose?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Look at the guy with the neck brace in the back.
He's like, I'm
It
just
kind of looks like that Jim the PI guy.
And ask that the instruction be read as requested by Mr. Ashton.
Your Honor, there's no implication of impropriety by counsel.
Overrule at this part. Let's continue.
Question was, why did you,
Leo, yes.
after refusing to meet with anyone on the prosecution team, reach out to Mr. Baez?
While I was in court, the last time that I was in court, prior to me getting called onto the stand, during a break, I sat in with my folks, and there was a discussion, or I was present during a discussion, where information came out that I thought it was important for Jose specifically to be made aware of. So I then took it upon myself a few days later, as I had no indication that he was going to be made aware of. I took it upon myself to do that.
And was this on the subjects that you have discussed on direct examination here today?
No, sir. None of those items were discussed now.
All right. Now, in reference to your discovery of your sister's pregnancy, did I understand you to say on direct that you did have a conversation with Casey when you discovered what you refer to as the bump?
If I said bump, I apologize.
Well, no, I didn't mean offense by that, just the
Um,
evidence that you thought.
I more or less made a remark. I don't know if I was even expecting a response because I didn't really get one. I just said something of kind of what the hell is that in passing.
That is so awkward. That's not a brother and sister that are close. I don't think Lee and Casey were tight. He walked past her and said, "What the hell is that?"
You think if they were tight, she would have confided in him?
What kind of thing is that, though, to say? What the hell is that? Like, what are you jealous? Like, what?
I want to know what discussion he was in with his parents and them that he wanted with prosecution that he thought Jose needed to know about. That wouldn't be addressed.
I don't know. I didn't catch that. Do I need to rewind it?
That's why he went to him. He said he was in a meeting with his parents.
All right, let me rewind it a little bit. I want to hear it.
And he didn't think it would be brought to attention, so he brought it to Jose's attention. That's exactly
Anyone
what
on the
he
prosecution team reach out to Mr. Baez?
While I was in court, the last time that I was in court, prior to me getting called onto the stand, during a break, I sat in with my folks, and there was a discussion, or I was present during a discussion, where information came out that I thought it was important for Jose specifically to be made aware of. So I then took it upon myself a few days later, as I had no indication that he was going to be made aware of. I took it upon myself to do that.
See?
And was this on the subjects that you have discussed on direct examination here today?
No, sir. None of those items were discussed now.
All right. Now,
Okay, hold on. Let me wrap my brain around this. So it was nothing that was talked about today. So that means no on the pool.
No on the pregnancy.
Nothing about the pregnancy. But the prosecution was having a discussion with his folks.
No, his parents were having a discussion and he was in the room and heard it and didn't think it would be brought to Jose's attention, but he felt it needed to be, so he told Jose. Wonder if it's about the essay.
Mike, they did a DNA test on both Lee and George.
Is there like an official copy of that?
It was in one of the things I seen for the court case. It said that they both were where did I see it? It was signed by the court that they were both excluded 99.9%. So
do you think though that when she was pregnant, could they have been afraid that it was George's until she was born?
I don't know. But good for him going against his parents and telling them something that he thought should have been told, whatever that may have been. Hopefully we find out what that was. Hopefully they talk about it.
Yeah, but he's running to the defense.
To tell Jose that it was something important.
Right. He's running to his sister's defense. He's not supposed to be defending his sister.
But if it's something his parents talked about,
he should be taking it to the prosecution.
He
not
didn't
the
trust
defense.
Baez.
But if it's something
he
that
wanted her to switch jockeys.
Listen though, but if it was something that they talked about that could have been involved with Cindy or George that helped Casey and it was not helping Casey and he thought, well, they should know this because I just
Well,
heard
they
my
must have
parents
had
talk
enough
about this.
evidence that they would even test family members to be her father.
Well, that's why I think
that's
I
not
wonder if
typical.
That's what he brought to Jose's attention.
Dads aren't typically tested to see if they're their granddaughter's father.
No,
that's
I
not
think that was
typical.
That's why I'm wondering if he brought the essay to them, that they maybe talked about that. I don't know.
I think
Hopefully
Casey
it's
brought the
about-
essay to Baez. That's what I think.
And what did he bring to them that was so important? Hopefully he says, let's hear. Well, maybe
Confirmation of the essay?
Well, no, because okay, so George already knew before. Okay, so when this conversation took place that he heard, keep in mind, George already knew that he was going to be blamed. He already knew she was going to say, because that was in the opening statements, that George essayed Casey. That was in the opening statements, and that she drowned, correct? That's why Kaylee lied. Or fuck Casey. That's why she lied, because the essay, she was used to it, yada, yada, yada. And the baby drowned, and the father found her and blamed Casey and said, I'll handle this. Right? So think about that. When George is having this conversation with his wife and son present, he already knows the essay is out there. He's not bringing essay to Jose at that time.
But
Jose
he
already
said,
knew.
I went to Jose because I knew they wouldn't bring it to his attention.
Well, then it had to be something else because they already knew.
Yeah.
So whatever it was, it had nothing to do with what they testified about this day.
Nope. But it was obviously important enough that he felt they weren't going to talk about it.
Something that George and Cindy talked about.
Yep. And that he knew it would not be brought to Jose's attention. So he felt he needed to bring it to his attention.
But
so
the weird thing is, if there's evidence, right? Okay. If the prosecution or the defense has evidence, they have to turn it over to the other side. And then it's admitted, the judge okays it. So there's no way that there's something that wouldn't be brought to Jose's attention that would be the prosecution would know about, because the prosecution would have to share that. So who did he think was not going to share this information with Jose?
The parents. He said he heard his parents talking and that what they talked about he did not think they intended on sharing with Jose, and he felt Jose needed to hear it and that they weren't going to plan on sharing it, so he felt he needed to share. Maybe they'll tell us in a few minutes. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like the prosecution moved on. So let's keep going.
It was big.
You, in reference to your discovery of your sister's pregnancy, did I understand you to say on direct that you did have a conversation with Casey when you discovered what you refer to as the bump?
If I said bump, I apologize.
Well, no, I didn't mean offense by that, just the evidence that you thought.
I more or less made a remark. I don't know if I was even expecting a response because I didn't really get one. I just said something of kind of what the hell is that in passing.
Do you recall having your deposition taken on July the 30th of 2009, almost 2 years ago, in reference to this case?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you were under oath at the time, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And you were questioned by Mr. George, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
And Mr. Baez was present along with other counsel, correct?
Yes, sir, he was.
This is at page 30. Let me start at 30. Page 31, line 6. Can we show that to the witness? Let me publish to the witness. All right, can you show about line 6 to line 15? Do you recall that series of questions and answers about the event of your seeing the bump or the bulge?
Now there's a bulge.
I recall this testimony, yes.
And in that testimony, you were asked whether you, I believe the word was, called her out on it, that being the bump.
Right.
Impeachment. The witness has already testified it has refreshed his recollection.
This is impeachment, Judge. This is not.
Overruled.
And in that event, you said, when asked if you called her out on it, you said, it wasn't really my place. I think if I did, not directly to her. You recall saying that?
It's here, so yes.
So in July of 2009, you indicated that you did not say anything directly to her about it, but your testimony here today was that you did.
Well, sir, I also did not call her out on it when she showed up at the airport to pick me up, and it was quite obvious at that point as well. I don't know exactly which scenario this one's referring to. Maybe if you refer to a
Can we show the witness
date or time or something.
Can we show the witness page 30, and we'll let you read the whole context?
Thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Concludes, I would ask that counsel read his entire answer, not just half of it.
Read the entire answer.
Your Honor, if I may, the remainder of the answer does not deal with this subject matter. It deals with a separate subject matter.
Yes, sir.
Just a second.
Prosecution's fired up.
Yeah, he retired after this case.
They don't like Lee.
You can do it on
Tore
redirect.
him up.
Have you read the context?
I didn't really have a starting point. I just kind of started in the middle. So would you like me to read that entire page?
Just to yourself, just to
thank you.
establish the context of whether this was the first occasion you saw the bulge or the
Yes, sir.
airport occasion. This was a reference to the first occasion, wasn't it?
Yeah, George is still alive. No, no one was ever known as the father. Officially, nope. Leo, that's according to Casey. You could write a whole book about her lies and call it According to
I
Casey.
read that entire page.
Well, you were referring to the first time that you noticed, correct?
I do not recall. There's nothing in here that makes me think that that was unique to the first time or
Lisa, speed
or
reader.
the incident at the airport. There's nothing specific asking me that.
Now, when your parents learned of the pregnancy, they were very excited, weren't they?
Couldn't tell you. They didn't admit it to me.
Well, is it your testimony that from the time that you learned it till the date of Kaylee's birth, there was no activity in the home indicative of preparations for the birth of a child?
I'm not saying that at all. Actually, that was one of the reasons why I was so angry.
Okay, this is where it gets really weird you guys?
And I decided not to go see my sister in the hospital, was because I was not included on it. And when I did ask about it one time early on, it was denied to me and I was told to let it go. So that's what I did.
Your parents were over the top about this, weren't they?
Especially afterwards, absolutely, yes, sir.
No, even before. They were over the top. You've described them as over the top. Isn't that right?
My parents are very over the top. Prior to my sisters actually having Kaylee, to be honest with you, I didn't really pay a lot of attention. It was something that I was told to let go and not address, and I was frankly quite angry that I wasn't included in it. So a little easier to block it out at that time.
So you said, Mr. Anthony.
Mhm.
Can we have page
Can we
35 of
pause
the
for
deposition,
one
please?
second?
Sure can.
Could you?
We have him blocking out her pregnancy. Go ahead.
And he said he was told it was something to block out. He was told.
To ignore it, yeah.
Yep.
But they were building a nursery?
Yeah. Yeah. Painting, the whole 9 yards. The Winnie the Pooh, all that shit. They get into it. Just wait, it gets weird. But
Okay.
listen, the thing is, if you think about it, he was told to ignore it. What else were they told to ignore? What was Casey? What was Casey told to ignore when George found little Kaylee floating in the pool?
Yep.
Or whatever happened. I mean, the proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Okay,
Just read that
Bertolino,
whole page,
relax.
I was going to say, okay, Bertie.
Mr. Anthony, for me.
Yes, sir.
To yourself.
The proof is in the pudding, if you will.
Bertie can be insightful when he wants to be.
But he can't pronounce Roberta.
Roberta.
Chris and Roberta. Do you want them to go to Walmart and hang up a sign?
So did he insinuate his mother or his father told him to ignore it? Or both?
It kind of seemed like both.
Sorry, I'm just reading my last
Good night, Mike
paragraph because I
Sanner.
kind of ramble in there, so it's hard to get my point.
Good night, Mike.
Okay, Sanner left. We can talk about him now. I'm just kidding.
In that paragraph, you discuss the period of her pregnancy before Kaylee was born, correct?
Is that 14 through 23?
Yeah, the whole page.
The whole page? Yes, sir, yes.
He's
and in that,
itching
you
his
indicate
neck now.
that you felt your role was just to be there in the background to support, not really be over the top, because, of course, my parents wanted to be the ones to go over the top. They're grandparents, but just be there. That correctly reflects your parents' response to the imminent birth of their granddaughter, does it not?
In regards to them wanting to be over the top?
And
Yes,
again,
that is a description of their emotion, how they felt about it, their excitement. That's what you meant to convey by that, didn't you?
Speculation.
Asking what he meant to convey by the answer.
You can answer that question, yes or no.
I believe that was the impression that I was under. I mean, I wasn't asked to be involved with things, so all I could deduce from that is my role was to sit back, be non-judgmental, as I referenced in there, be in the background, and they would take care of it. They would do whatever's necessary, and their nature would be to be over the top.
ooh,
What preparation
do
in the house
whatever
did they
was
make for the imminent
necessary.
birth of Kaylee?
I believe they got her a crib.
Over the top.
Didn't they redecorate?
What else? I don't remember.
Didn't they redecorate an entire room? What had formerly been a family computer room that they completely redecorated for Kaylee?
To my knowledge, yes. I wasn't personally involved in it, but to my knowledge, yes.
But you saw it, correct?
After
Dude,
the fact,
you
yes, sir.
lived there.
And it's your parents, particularly your mother, never does anything halfway. It was decorated to the nines, wasn't it?
From everything that I got to see, eventually, absolutely, yes, sir, it was.
And that was in preparation for Kaylee's arrival.
I imagine during preparation it was like that. If she would do everything she could, yes, sir.
Well, you were there during the period of time leading up to Kaylee's birth, weren't you?
I lived there. I lived in the room right next door, actually.
And you know that your mother went nuts decorating this room for the birth of her first grandchild. Winnie the Pooh everywhere.
I know there was Winnie the Pooh everywhere. Again, I never walked in the room. I never went into the room until a little bit after the fact that after she was born. But I could imagine that she did that ahead of time. Absolutely.
And your mother and your sister went shopping and
That's
bought
weird.
all kinds of stuff.
Isn't it weird?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
it just gets weirder and weirder.
I think he was just fucking pissed. I don't know. Swearing.
In anticipation of Kaylee's birth.
I'm sure they did.
And they had a party, didn't they?
If they did, I wasn't invited.
Should they have a baby shower?
If they did, I wasn't invited.
Were you aware of them having a baby shower?
They had it at the
yes,
house.
I believe so. It was in maybe June or so.
And they invited their friends? They invited Casey's friends? Did they invite Mallory?
I don't believe so.
You believe so?
I said I don't believe so.
But you know that they had a party.
I wasn't invited, so if whatever did transpire, I have no knowledge of it.
Well, where were
Yeah,
you
he's
when the party
pissed.
occurred? Let me rephrase. It happened at the house, correct?
I would imagine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you saw the aftermath. You saw all the presents and all the stuff that people got for Kaylee. It was at the house, right?
I didn't put any thought into it. I didn't ask to see presents, and I didn't go out of my way to do so. It was something, sir, that I was not involved in. It was something, sir, that was, I felt for a while, that was either hidden from me or something that I was not being made a part of. So I'm not going to go out of my way to invite myself or to know everything that's going on if I'm led to believe that I shouldn't be involved with it. So if that hopefully answers your
Yeah.
question on why
Listen
I
to
wasn't
him.
an attentive potential uncle. I wish I was, but I was not.
But
That
your
speaks
parents weren't
volumes.
hiding this fact from their friends and loved ones. They
they
invited
weren't.
them to a party.
This witness's knowledge of what his parents.
I feel like they treated him like
with
nothing
their
once
friends.
she got pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, like the Benets.
Yep. He became even more non-existent.
During this deposition, Mr.
Yes.
Anthony, we discussed the period of time leading up to the birth of your niece, and we discussed, in fact, whether you were present when she was born. Is that correct? Recall that?
I don't recall if we did, as far as me being present or not.
Okay. Page 36, just for the witness, line, let me just make sure this is only published for the witness. Yes. Line 22 and to the end of the page, just highlight that for the witness. You recall that question and answer?
I see the portion of my answer, yes, sir, and I recall the question.
Did you cry during that portion of this deposition, Mr. Anthony? To your recollection?
Don't recall if I did. I don't think so.
What was different 2 hours ago in this courtroom about that question that caused such raw emotion today, which was not present 2 years ago when you were asked the same thing?
There was other things that were asked in my deposition, specifically if I believed Kaylee was
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive, move to strike. The question, Mr. Anthony, is this.
Yes, sir.
What was different about the question being asked of you?
I think we need to hear what the answer is.
I sustain the objection to the question.
Question before you, Mr. Anthony, is this. What was different about the way, the emotion with which you answered that question 2 hours ago? It was different than the emotion that you did not display when asked the same question 2 years ago.
I want to address Brandy. Brandy, we've all heard that, I think. Don't feel bad. We've all heard that the potential father of Kaylee died in an accident. 'Cause I think that's what Casey said at some point. It was one of her lies. And Leotech, she said the prosecution is all over the family. If they were trying to convict Casey, wouldn't they take it easy on the family? The family is Casey's defense. That's what's so interesting, is that it shifted from the beginning.
I think because Cindy changed her story.
Yes, like everything changed. They all met with Jose and everything changed. Weird.
2 years ago, I did not 100% hold the belief that Kaylee was dead at this very moment, and 2 hours ago. And during that 2 year span, I've come to the place where I believe that she is. And my emotions are elicited from those facts that I have regrets, and I wish I could have been there a lot more than I was.
Mr. Anthony, you attended and spoke at a memorial service for Kaylee in January of 2009, 6 months before this deposition was taken, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
No further questions.
Redirect us to those issues.
You know he's going to get the last word.
Yep.
Mr. Anthony, you were asked about. Can I see that photograph? You were asked about a stain somewhere in this vicinity, the size of a basketball. May I publish this, Your Honor, to both the jury and
Yes, what's the exhibit number?
I don't
80.
even see a stain.
States Exhibit 80. You may publish.
I don't either.
Yes, I was asked about that.
Do you see a basketball-sized stain there, or? I mean,
Photograph speaks for itself.
Overruled.
Do you see any basketball-sized stain there at all?
I see a few stains. Nothing necessarily that's the size of a basketball, no.
Do you see white powder of some sort?
The photograph speaks for itself. The witness has no basis to answer that question.
That photograph don't show
I
no
do,
basketball
and that's
size
not
stain,
what
dude.
I would even.
I know,
reference
it's
necessarily
terrible. I
as a
can't
stain
see
that I was
shit.
referring to. A white powder is a lot different than a stain.
Point to me where you see a stain in that area where Mr. Ashton was questioning you. If you see one.
In this section, I do not. It's very hard to see from this photo, but there is a stain here, and there's a stain here. There's also things that are circling right here at B. There looks like a different color, maybe powder or some kind of substance. I don't know exactly what that is. But the stains I was referring to were darker in nature, almost like I apologize, I'm colorblind, so my interpretation of them might be a little different, but more like a red or like a black, sort of just a darker, deeper color.
Did you see your mother use a entire bottle of Febreze in the trunk of this car?
Objection. Exceeds the scope of cross.
Overruled.
Never.
Okay. Did you see law enforcement spray the entire trunk with a Blue Star?
I don't even know what that is, and no.
Okay. Now,
That's
Mr.
luminol,
Ashton
right?
asked you about
I think so, yeah.
whether you had met with myself in reference to your testimony. Did you meet with the defense any time prior to trial? Let me rephrase that. Let me narrow that down a bit.
Okay.
Did you meet with the defense prior to you testifying for the state of Florida against your sister?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Did you advise us of any testimony you intended to give for the state of Florida against your sister?
No, sir.
It's the essay, you guys.
Did you testify truthfully when you testified
That's what they talked
for the
about.
state of Florida?
I think so.
It's nothing to do with the. Oh, God.
And I don't think Lee
Can I bring
did
it
anything to her. I think it was
The dad.
the dad.
Thrown out Twitters.
And he heard him and his mom talking, and he was not about to let that shit go.
The question and answer asked by during this deposition. I'd like to question the witness about it, Your Honor.
You can question them, but show it to the witness and the witness alone. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Thrown out Twitters.
Page 31.
A four-way, if you will.
What page?
I'm double checking where. Can you go to 30? Sorry.
Page what?
30. I'm just double checking. I want to follow up on a question.
That's what I'm talking about.
30.
You cannot say fuck.
You were asked, can you review lines 12 through 14?
I've read 12 through 14.
Okay. And you were asked during cross-examination, and the first sentence was read into evidence. Can you read the second sentence?
The second sentence says, I think if I did, not to her directly.
Or?
Third sentence is, or I would have had, or excuse me, or I would have said something to my mom or to a friend of mine, you know.
And that's what you were referring to when you testified about telling your mother?
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
That's what you were referring to when you testified, that when you first told your mother about
Or
Casey's
first
pregnancy.
asked her about it, yes, sir.
So what you said in the deposition is what you testified to.
Misstating what's in the record, not what he said.
It's not. The witness can answer if it's true or not.
Witness can't change the answer.
Folks, if you want to read the answer in the deposition, you can read it. It
Oh.
can speak for itself. So if you want to read the entire answer, read the answer.
That we just did that, Judge.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll move
It
on.
speaks for itself.
Yes, sir.
Cheapers.
And, sir, when you testified in the cross-examination, you said that you were told to let it go. Who told you to let it go?
My mom told me to let it go.
And that's referring to
There you
your
go,
inquiries
Jay.
about Casey's pregnancy.
Yep.
My inquiry, yes.
Oh, man. And can I have page 33? Lines 13 through 18. Page 33, lines 13 through 18, if you can bring them up a bit. I'd like for you to look this over, if you can, Mr. Anthony.
The devil is dancing tonight.
I read it.
Now,
He's a really
during
fast reader.
cross-examination,
He's a
Mr.
speed
Ashton
reader.
suggested to you that
Release the lawyers.
that your parents were over the top and ecstatic. But that's not necessarily what.
Objection. Leading. Overruled. He hasn't finished the question. Let him finish.
Seriously,
asking the
dude.
question.
This is getting
Is that-
sticky.
Before you answer the question, wait for me to tell you whether or not you can answer the question. You may ask your question, Mr. Baez.
I
Mr.
love
Ashton
this
mentioned
judge.
that your parents were over the top with happiness prior to Kaylee being born. Is that what you testified to in your deposition?
You may ask the question, Mr. Anthony.
I believe it's to the extent of that in my deposition, yes.
Are there any other opinions you gave about your mother not being happy or not thrilled?
Yes. I gave an opinion that it was my impression or thoughts that she was not thrilled that Casey would have a baby out of wedlock.
And the baby shower that was had for Kaylee,
What's
that
your
actually
plan?
occurred after Kaylee was born, did it not?
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Did Kaylee's baby shower occur after she was born, since everyone didn't know she was pregnant?
It's shells.
Not an evidence.
Those are
Move to strike.
seashells we got.
I'll
on
rephrase
that
the question.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
Yeah.
Did
You can get these at
Katie's
Dollar
baby
Tree.
shower
They're
occur
$1. And I
Katie's
got LED lights
recall.
from Dollar
For sure,
Tree
I don't recall.
or
I'm
from
sorry.
Amazon. They're
You were
really
asked.
cool.
why you didn't cry during the deposition?
Yes, sir.
Is sitting here today much different than sitting in the state attorney's office 2 years ago?
Overruled.
Absolutely.
And can you share with the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
This is so, he's being so like emotional with him.
I don't want to be here. I don't want, my sister to be here, my parents to be here, and I'm also emotionally and all that stuff in a much different place, than I was a couple of years ago, and this is obviously just very, very emotionally draining and very difficult.
Mr. Ashton asked you about giving a speech at Kaylee's memorial prior to your deposition. And you testified about at your deposition, not believing Kaylee was dead. Is that correct?
I was not willing to write it off at that point in time. I didn't want to believe it, and I couldn't believe it at that time.
So you were able, after having a funeral for your niece, to block her death out of your emotions for approximately 6 months?
Objection. Leading.
Sustain.
Were you able to block that emotion out of your, compartmentalize it?
Same objection. Same question.
Sustain.
There's that
What were
word
you able
again.
to do in regards to
Compartmentalize it.
the death of your niece emotionally for 6 months?
I don't know the exact time frame. I don't even know when I really came to the belief that I have now that she is no longer with us. I mean, I could still tell you, even with that belief, if there's someone that looked familiar to her today, it would turn my head in. It would make me look twice or 3 times or 100 times. I don't know when that really changed for me. I know last year was particularly hard for me around Kaylee's birthday and my birthday. But during the time of the deposition specifically, and they had even asked me at one point if I believed that she was dead, and I remember it being a big joke to some people that I didn't want to believe it or couldn't believe it. At the time, I didn't believe it, I couldn't believe it, and right now I do. So I'm...
A big joke to some people?
Yeah, who?
Who was it a big joke to? His parents? Isn't that
he couldn't
weird?
like come to terms with it. Yeah.
Weird that he would say that. He's bitter about it.
I have a very, very tough time with that.
Who is it a joke to?
Objection. Relatives.
Sustain.
Dang.
Damn it.
Parents.
I have no further questions.
Yep. Isn't that what I said? Who? Because who would tell him that? It had to be mom and dad.
Mr. Anthony, you remember when you testified for the state of Florida? The state of Florida, remember?
July 2009, I think you referenced it earlier.
No,
Yes,
no,
sir.
when you testified for the state of Florida, as Mr. Bias pointed to.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Yes, sir.
How many times did Mr. George have to step up to you and show you your deposition to refresh your recollection about...
Objection, Judge.
He just used
The
air
record speaks for
quotes.
itself.
Goes to Bias, you are.
And relevance.
Overruled.
Probably as many times as I've been showed something here today by yourself or Mr. Baez. A handful of times, 2-3 times. I don't recall. I wasn't counting.
In your direct examination by Mr. Baez, did he need to refresh your recollection at all? I don't...
He referenced me. He did reference me to a few pages that he asked me to read. I don't believe he qualified anything to say that he needed to refresh my recollection. No, sir.
During his initial direct examination, your testimony is you recall him having to refresh your recollection.
I don't believe so.
No, your recollection was just fine for the questions that Mr. Baez asked you in his initial direct, weren't they?
On all these, I believe they were, yeah.
But when Mr. George attempted to question you on direct examination, your memory was more troublesome.
It's hard to remember something you did 2 years ago. Absolutely.
Could I have, just for myself and the witness, page 31 of the deposition? Page 17, line 17 through 24. I'm sorry, line 15 through 24, please. You were asked the question at the deposition, did you say anything to your mom? Say, hey, Casey's looking. And your answer was probably. At a minimum, probably, of passing. I don't think I ever made a big enough deal because, you know, if my mom didn't make it a big deal or if she shrugged me off or whatever reason.
This is not impeachment.
It is impeachment, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If she shrugged me off for whatever reason, then either I was wrong or my sister was just getting fat, or for whatever reason, they don't really want me involved in it. You know, whatever, either way. So at deposition, your recollection was at best that you probably spoke to your mother.
That's what this says here is probably. I do remember speaking to my mother, but that
Cindy
says probably.
controlling
So
again.
your recollection is better today than in July of 2009 at the deposition.
If you assume that because I didn't say the
There's
word
that
probably
shift.
today.
Well, you will admit that your recitation seems to be somewhat not a big deal. Don't really remember it very well, correct?
Argumentative.
Sustain this to the last question.
You said probably at minimum of passing. I don't think I ever made a big deal.
Excuse me, Mr. Ashton. My objection is this has been asked and answered. He's read this already.
Sustain.
If we could go to page 33, please.
How many times are we going to go through this
Lines 1
deposition?
through 8.
Seriously.
Read that, please.
To myself?
Yes,
Wow.
to yourself.
Thank you.
And if you need to see the page before, I'll be happy to show it to you. But
Hey, aluminum.
Roberta.
Redirect, Your Honor.
Mr. Ashton.
yes, Judge, it's in reference to when the baby shower and the preparations were.
Overruled.
In that, you indicate, does that refresh your recollection about that the baby shower was in the months preceding Kaylee's birth?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Baez, any additional questions?
Yes, can we talk about the private discussion, please?
Remember when you...
Hold on, they just have one more question.
No, I
never
wasn't.
mind.
I wasn't saying I wanted
Psych.
to answer.
Psych.
I don't like that lawyer. He's not very good. He's like an Ellen.
I don't like
I
the way
needed to
he
shut
says his words. He's too abrupt, like with his words. He's like, like it doesn't flow, and it's not easy to listen to. It's like,
What's strange to me is that this prosecutor, now that he's retired, is really good friends with the Anthonys and still keep in touch with them on a date, like a very, like, regular basis.
Well, I think he knows they were kind of backed in a corner. How could he not? They were backed in a corner.
Yeah.
And they chose to save their own ass when it came down to it. I mean, in my opinion. Because they all should have been charged with something.
Yep.
I do kind of feel sorry for Lee. I feel like he was the nobody child.
I don't know. He's not very likable to me. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for him.
On one hand, I feel like he was trying to
just
help
don't.
out. On the other hand, I think he was shady.
I think he's weird as fuck. I don't know. He gives me weird vibes. I don't know about him. I'm not sure about him, Maligator.
I don't know what to do with that man.
I just don't. But we always have a bonus video, right? Or
Oh,
I
boy.
try to have a bonus video. But I'm going to give you guys a bonus video. Last time we watched George kind of confess in a way. And Cindy like freak out.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
going to show you guys something that's kind of weird, okay? So you guys tell me why Dr. Oz would get George and Cindy's take on Gabby and Brian.
What? No.
Does that even make sense to anybody?
No.
Yeah, it gets weirder, okay?
Okay.
Here we go.
Week on Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz will sit down.
Okay, hang
Going
on.
through, and Dr. Oz is joining us live this morning with a preview of that. First of all, good to see you. How are you?
All right. This is from, I'll give you the date. This was on Fox 35 Orlando. And where do you get the date? Why can I never see the date on these videos? Am I missing something? It says how many views. Why
Theo,
is there no
why
date?
why do you think he was jealous of Casey's boyfriends?
I think he had a weird infatuation with his sister. Who? Oh, are you asking me?
No, I was asking Leo Tech.
I don't think he was jealous of the nightlife. I think he was jealous of the boyfriends. I don't know. I get creep town dude vibes. Okay. And never mind the captions. It's going to say potato instead of potato. So, but check this out. He had them on this show for this other reason, for this case, but he asked them their take on the Petito case. It's weird. Okay, here we go.
Through in detail what they feel really happened with their daughter. But the eerie similarities to what's happened in the Petito laundry case are there, as you allude to. One issue is what happened to the laundry body, which is it gets destroyed by the elements, so it's hard to figure out what happened to him.
Yeah, I didn't share it. Sorry.
How he died. That's not dissimilar from what happened to little Kaylee Anthony. Remember, the 2-year-old was found months later. No one's really sure how she died.
Yeah, Dr. Oz, and I think one of the other things, a lot of people get upset when they feel like too much attention is being paid to one missing person case, in the case of Gabby Petito. But I think it wasn't so much that as it was the mystery surrounding the family, right? The parents changing when, Brian disappeared, and sort of everybody gets caught up in, well, where does the truth lie in all of this? And it's very similar to the Anthony case, because as you remember, Casey was telling all these bizarre stories about Zanny the nanny, and nobody knew what to believe.
And even George and Cindy Anthony, the parents on my show, broke into an argument about what they think happened to their granddaughter, which I was stunned by. I would think by now they would have figured out amongst themselves what went.
This happened on his show as well, not just on A&E.
Down. And you highlight one big issue, which is the lack of a clear understanding of what the Laundrie family was doing when they realized their son may have been a murderer, similar to what happened with the Anthony family when they realized that Casey may have killed their granddaughter. But there's more to this story, really, which is what happened to law enforcement. In the case of the Laundrie family, he comes back to Florida. Petito's missing, presumed dead pretty quickly because no one's calling back the Petito family when they're asking what happened to their daughter. And law enforcement's not surrounding Laundrie or insisting on taking a statement, and then he disappears. And so we begin to wonder, where's everybody? Why are half the murders in America not solved?
Yeah, it's just so horrific for the families to get no closure and feel like they didn't get any justice. Getting back to George and Cindy Anthony, how are they handling this 10 years later? I think Casey, from what we know, is still living, I think, in South Florida, and every now and then these stories will pop up about what she's doing. Do they keep in touch with her? What's the status?
Well, Cindy Anthony admitted that she does keep in touch with Casey. George, however, has not stayed in touch with her after his near-lethal car accident where she did reach out to him. But she had a recent run-in with the police at a bar, and George was saying, what is she doing in a bar? She should be getting her life together. And he feels by not enforcing what he believes, remember, he's a police officer. Right. So he said that she should have gone to jail, he believes, and that would have actually helped her deal with the issues that she's still struggling with. Cindy Anthony takes a very different perspective.
Wait,
she doesn't think her daughter was involved in the death.
Now George is
that's
saying
why I said watch the A&E.
That he thinks she should be in prison.
Yeah.
Okay, 100%. Now he has a brain damage, and now we're gonna go and take his word.
It was before the car accident, the A&E.
Yeah, but we just watched him on the phone with her when she was in there, and he said, "I don't want you in here."
Yes. But during the A&E, it's totally different. That's why I want you to watch it and see
we saw it totally change, like in the middle of the trial. Mm-hmm. The prosecution had to totally flip how they like approach these people. Weird.
I don't know. You
I
just
see
have to watch
zero
it,
parallels between.
He really attacks Casey about in this A&E thing.
Well, I'm excited for hers, but I see no parallels between the Petito and Laundrie case and the Anthony case.
Yeah, I agree. There is nothing similar.
No.
Other than bones were found. Murder. That's it. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Death of the granddaughter and thinks justice was served.
Wow. You mentioned that they got into an argument about that on stage with you. Is that what the root of the argument was about?
It was Cindy Anthony believing that the granddaughter died in the pool and giving reasons for it, and George arguing there's no way that Zanny the nanny, as you pointed out, was actually a medication given to the granddaughter that caused an overdose. But the bigger question he asked is, why would my daughter not have told anyone that the granddaughter was missing? I mean, if she was completely innocent, then why didn't she help us understand what had happened to our granddaughter? And Cindy has an answer for that. It goes back and forth. They've obviously thought about this a lot.
Yeah, 10 years. It's just hard to wrap our heads around it. Something that, of course, everybody lived through in Central Florida. Dr. Oz, we're very much looking forward to that show. And, of course, we love having you with us. Thanks so much and have a great rest of the day.
There was a clip, though. See, they make it look like they're going to show her, but they don't.
Why did she have her hand over her mouth during all that?
Oh, on the show? She was like, she was like, coughing or whatever. But there's, you know what else there is? The police interviews.
What happened to Jay?
Huh? I'm right here. What do you mean what happened to me? Hello?
Jay joined.
Whoa, I lost you guys for a second.
You were gone.
Oh, I was gone?
Yeah.
I heard Heather go, "Oh, where's Jay?" And I'm like, "I'm right here."
No, you totally
No, you were gone
from the screen, and then we disappeared right after.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden I heard Heather joined, Maligator joined, Jay joined. I'm like, "Oh my gosh." No, I was saying right here, there's also hours of 2 hours of police interview with her from September of Cindy.
weird too. I lost my sound in my ear with you now.
You can't hear me?
Only in my one ear now. I heard you in both the whole time till now. Once you went away, now it's like weird.
Oh, here it is, right here.
Cindy and George, based on your experiences,
No, I hear it.
what emotions do you think the families of Petito and Laundrie are feeling right now?
When you find out this is what happens, the ears get sucked out. You can't talk. I feel for them. Both parents.
Both parents.
Both sets of parents. So I'm sure Gabby's family's probably relieved too. So they didn't want to live through a trial.
Creepy. So the only comparison was that they found remains.
Yep.
Wait, let's insert.
Okay!
The things that these shows like Dr. Oz and Dr. Phil do for ratings is never too surprising. To be honest. I don't put any clout in Dr. Oz or Dr. Phil's shows.
Yeah, no.
All right. Well, you guys, we went fucking, oh my God. It's midnight.
Now go watch A&E.
Okay, I have to because Happy Girl paid for it. She paid for the A&E. And I'm also, I'm not going to forget to look into doing that over on Rumble possibly. So don't forget to check out Rumble. You can just go, it's like rumble.com, I think.
Hey guys, play nice in chat.
I don't know a whole hell of a lot about it. Why? What's going on in chat?
They're telling someone, Texas Brat just told Just Chilling to shut up.
Oh, they're fine. No one said that anyone deserved to be murdered. Are you kidding me?
No.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. I was like, oh, we'll stop at 10. And then we went for 2 more hours.
We just get too involved in this case. Now, you can't do it for 3 days because if you do, I'm going to be hangry.
Why am I on here twice? Hold on.
I told you, I can't hear you like the same anymore now.
Oh, is that better?
No.
Oh, I don't
When
know.
you play your things, I hear in both, but now you're just one ear. It's weird.
Oh, I don't
It
know.
was both.
I was on here twice. I don't know why.
She's always been 1 ear for me.
I don't know. I mean, maybe, okay. Well, am I 1 ear for everybody in the audience? Because I shouldn't be.
No, I don't think you are.
Okay, well, tell me if this makes me 2 ears. Now am I 2 ears for you?
No, but you were for me the whole time until you disappeared. And I can hear Heather in both my ears.
But wait, I'm not now?
No.
I just switched it to stereo.
Yeah, when you dropped out, it went right to 1 ear, but I heard you in both the whole time.
How about now?
Nope.
I'm in both ears for the audience, and they're the only ones that matter. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I don't mean
No, it is.
No, I don't know why it's like that. That's weird.
I don't need 2 ears. I can still hear you.
I think it's you guys, though. I don't think it's... Whew, I'm sweating, and Bella's got to pee, so I'm going to go.
Okay.
And thank you, guys. Thank you to all the members, people who joined Super Chats tonight. You guys are great. You are the power panel. We missed Potato tonight, but you guys, we did awesome. We are uncovering a lot of shit. Yeah, we're covering a lot of ground. So thank you so much, Maligator. I'm going to miss you the next couple days. Thank you again, Heather. Always a pleasure. You guys enjoy your Monday. Have a good Monday morning.
I'll be up, Heather, if you're up.
Oh, no.
I'll be up.
Leo Tech, she took a shower with her phone, with us on the phone, and now her phone says moisture.
Oh, no.
Put it in rice.
Moisture? That should be against the law. No phone should say moisture. Yeah,
moisture. It was like when Cindy said panties for Kaylee earlier.
God, I almost said something. I was almost like, no, she did not just say panties.
Say underwear or undies.
That's why when I came on, I was like, okay, was she wearing undies or a pull-up? Because panties are creep town, dude.
Yeah, that's an adult thing. You don't say panties for a child.
It is. It's totally. But yeah.
And they corrected her and said underwear.
Right. She said they wear panties. All right, you guys. Good night.
Okay,
And
I'm gonna go watch A&E again.
I'll see you tomorrow. Hey, tomorrow night, evening, 6 p.m. I'm going live. I'm going to be going over Birdie's and the Petito's interviews, their post-hearing interviews, and we're going to read between the lines and see what the hell's going on, because the Petito's attorney dropped a few little bombs with Brian Enton. So we're going to be going through that. I've chopped that up and we're going to decipher it. So that will be fun.
Replay in the morning.
Yes,
Okay.
tomorrow, 6 p.m. I will see you then. Be there or be square. I love you
Bye,
girls.
everybody.
I love you guys in chat. And
Good night, everyone.
if you guys won a prize last night, email me. I only got one email, so I need to get that info to Diamonds because she's making a custom. I know you don't call them cups. What do you call it? Tumblers? Tumbler.
I was so sad I missed that because it seemed so fun when I came in, but I'm glad I caught the last part of it.
Yeah, we'll do it again. We have there's so many good questions in there too. So we'll definitely do it again. I think monthly we'll do something like that. So dance it out, and I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. Good night, ladies.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much.